For decades, the world's best in the halfpipe have pushed it to the limit. From pioneers to icons, every generation has raised the bar, and no one has defined the sport more than Shaun White. His vision, his legacy, his drive, it all leads here. Welcome to the Snow League, where superstars will rise. 4 global events to crown one world champion. And for the first time, being the best means beating the best, head to head. This is the Snow League. The future of winter sports competition has arrived.
Welcome to Aspen, Colorado, in the first ever finals day of the Snow League. I am Jack Collinsworth. 36 athletes entered, only 16 remain, and it sets us up with a bracket with one of the great crescendos in all of sports, one-on-one, mano-a-mano, elimination style until there is just one snowboarder left standing. Chris Grenier, Tom T-Bird, Monterosso to my right and left with the scoop on the head-to-head matchups.
It's finals day here at Snow League. We're at the top of the pipe. The story of the day, the head-to-head matchups, and the fact that our competitors have to take one run on their frontside wall, one run on their backside wall. Diesel, how's that going to affect athlete strategy?
Well, let me tell you what makes it unique. These athletes do the same half-pipe run week in, week out. Here they're forced to do 2 totally different runs, which is going to show us who's got the deepest bag of tricks here at Snow League.
And we're going to drop in and rip this thing right now. In the meantime, we're going to throw it down to the bottom of the pipe with our judging correspondent, Connor Manning. He's going to tell you what the judges are looking for.
Thank you, T-Bird. We have 7 of the world's best judges in the booth, 1 head judge, 6 scoring judges. They'll be evaluating each run on a 0 to 100 point scale using an overall impression format. That means for each run, they'll be looking at the difficulty, amplitude, variety, and execution. Now, of those 6 scores, we'll be dropping the high and the low and averaging the remaining 4 for the athlete's run total. Let's throw it down to Todd and Tina in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Connor. Yesterday, history was made, and Tina, the women, they came out swinging.
Oh, they absolutely did. Starting with American Maddie Mastro out of that gate. She made a big statement with that first trick and a double crippler. She powered through that landing and secured that #1 seed with a score of 90. But Sonora Alba, we call her Sunny, showed us her bright side, finishing up her run with an alley-oop McTwist, winning her heat to move on. And then 16-year-old Gaun Choi overcame a very hard crash in her first run to complete 3 900s and won that third heat. But Sena Tomita, the Olympic bronze medalist from 2022, showed us her style, her consistency to lock in her spot in the quarterfinals. So let's take a look at the brackets and who we will see today, starting with that first matchup. It's Lu Jiayu against Sena Tomita, Sai Shu Tong against Gaun Choi, the third matchup, Mitsuki Ono and Sonora Alba, and then that fourth matchup, Elizabeth Hosking versus American Maddie Mastro.
Well, on the men's side, the theme was the land of the rising sun. Team Japan dominant. Heat number 1 belonged to Ruka Hirano. He came out and laid down an 82.75 to set the tone for the day. And Team Japan rolled on in heat number 2. Ayumu Hirano won the gold medal at the last Olympic Games, also a competitor in the Summer Games. His score of 88.25 was good enough to give him the win in heat number 2. The Japanese, they just kept coming. In heat number 3, Yuto Totsuka, a 2-time Olympian himself. His score relatively pedestrian, just an 81, but it was good enough to claim the top spot in heat number 3. But the big upset of the day came in heat number 4 with 2 Japanese athletes in the heat. It was 16-year-old Alessandro Barbieri of Portland, Oregon, the youngest competitor in the field, that dropped an 83 to punch his ticket into the quarterfinals. And now now the brackets look like this in the knockout format. Yamada and Hirano will kick things off in quarter 1. Blackwell and Barbier, all-American affair in quarter 2. Then Shigeno and Totsuka in 3. And in 4, it'll be Lee and Hirano. Right now, for more on Team Japan, let's check in with Naoko Funiyama.
Todd, I want to take you inside the competitive mindset of Ayumu Hirano. This is a guy that grew up watching Shaun White, idolizing him, says he inspired his snowboarding dream. But as soon as he started competing against him, Ayumu realized that in order for him to achieve his own dream, he had to take down Shaun White. He had to surpass him. Ayumu told me that competitive fire lingers to this day. You know, he is a little bit Tom Brady-ish, hates to lose as much as he loves to win. Jack?
All right, as you can tell, we have the entire mountain covered, a $50,000 prize and a chance to win the Snow League's inaugural event is on the line. Competition begins. It all comes down to today. The women's quarterfinals up next when we come back.
Welcome to beautiful Aspen, Colorado. You are looking at the half pipe as we get underway with finals day. We're going to kick things off here with women's quarterfinals. Welcome again, everyone. I am Tina Dixon, joined alongside Tom Monteroso, aka T-Bird. And T-Bird, we had an intense qualifier day. They've now qualified into quarterfinals and looking forward to even a more intense day of competition.
And this day right here, what you're seeing, this is what halfpipe snowboarding is all about. It's about 35 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. And this right here, these are our quarterfinals. 8 of the best athletes in the world in the halfpipe, and they have been seeded numbers 1 through number 8, and they are pitted head-to-head in today's all-new revolutionary format.
Yeah, and that number 1 seed, Maddie Mastro, want to go back to the qualifier. She came out firing in that first run, scored a 90, earned that number 1 seed. So that is going to be the athlete to keep our eyes on. Again, American Maddie Mastro, she will be competing in that 4th matchup, that 4th quarterfinal. But we are going to start out now with matchup number 1. We have Liu Jiayu out of China versus Sena Tomita from Japan. 2 very experienced riders. They both have Olympic medals, but the pressure has got to be on Liu Jiayu. But she also is a very experienced rider. She's been in this sport a long time.
100%. And something to keep in mind too, Liu Jiayu came up through the last chance qualifier, so she could be a little more fatigued than her competitor today that she's going up against head-to-head. But dropping in switch for run number 1, Liu Jiayu starting things off with a big switch method. Into the cab 720. She is the 6th seed in this event, going up against Sena Tomita, the number 3 seed. There's a big old backside 540. And you see, Tina, the contrast to the wall. We were dealing with this yesterday. The looker's right wall is in the sun. It will get a little more chewed up as the day progresses. So I think the women that are dropping first today have a little bit of an advantage. They're going to have really good conditions in this pipe.
100%. I mean, you saw it with that run there. From top to bottom, she started out so strong. And remember, the riders have to drop in on both sides of the wall. So for her first run, she hit that rider's right side first. So she's going to have to go on the opposite wall next time around. So she just completed the run that we've seen from her before.
All right, so we are waiting for scores to come in. This is going to be very interesting, right? Because the judges yesterday were looking at certain things based on conditions, based on the riders that were in the field, the athletes in the field. Now they're looking at these matchups, they're factoring in the conditions, and they have to basically set the bar with this score for Liu Jiayu.
Yeah, they set their range and they try to keep that range throughout the entire day. So something to note, usually we see those scores pop up at the end of an athlete's run. Well, they have to wait now and watch their competitor in that matchup before they get their score and their competitor's score. So that's really going to elevate the drama here and also add to that strategy that these athletes need to implement today.
Absolutely, and it looks to me like Sena Tomita will also be dropping in on the left wall as she gets underway in her first run. Huge frontside 900. This is why she's the free seed into the backside 540. That is a frontside 720. You see that height meter, 7 feet, 9 feet. Sena Tomita is keeping her speed really well. There's a frontside 540 into the method air on her backside wall, and she's gonna call it right there. I think that's the safe bet, right? Don't try to max this thing out. Put down a good score as we wait for the scores to come in. This is what builds that suspense in this March Madness bracket style format.
Yeah, and they both put together 2 really solid runs, very clean runs to kick things off here at Snow League. But Sena Tomita, the second athlete to drop here in this first matchup in the quarterfinals.
Big old frontside 900 there as we check out the replay.
Yeah, well, as we check out these replays, we're going to go to Connor to see just exactly how these judges set their scale and their range. Hey, Connor, what's going on over there?
Well, I'm sitting in the booth here listening to these judges, and they're setting their range there. It sounds like the technicality of Sena's run might have her just a little bit above it, but we'll see how the scores come out.
All right, so there you're seeing the scores. The winner of this head-to-head in run 1 will be Sena Tomita with an 80.2.
Yeah, with just a little under a 5-point difference. And now we will move on to quarterfinal number 2 for their first run. So we're going to get through the first matchups of the quarterfinals. Each athlete is going to take 1 run, and then we're going to go back up and each athlete will take their second run. And then if they need to do a third one, we will go back and do the third runs.
And that's where it gets really fun, is in those tiebreakers.
All right, so this matchup, it's Sai Shu Tong from China versus Gaon Choi of South Korea. And we talked about this earlier, T-Bird, how Sai Shu Tong really had to sort of build throughout the day. She started off a little slow, and then she kept building on her run.
It was giving me the vibes of you know, in a mainstream sports league, of a playoff team making a late season push and maybe coming in as one of the lower seeds, but also one of those teams you do not want to face in the playoffs. I feel like she was gaining momentum at the correct time yesterday.
Yeah, so she is seeded number 7th, and she'll go up against, again, Gaon Choi, who is seeded number 2. So she's going to want to put a very clean run together here and starting off huge with that air to fakie.
Big air to fakie into the cab 720. That's going to be a frontside 900 tail grab, and she lands low on that wall. Now, here's what's interesting. Every single point matters. So if you fall, your run should not be over. You need to get every possible point you can in this new head-to-head format.
Absolutely. In the past, at other pipe contests, we have seen the riders, if they fall, they usually just, you know what, I'm going to throw that score away, throw that run away, and focus on the next run. But not in the case, not in the format for Snow League. Every trick counts. Every grab counts.
Absolutely.
Because you
leave no points on the table to be gobbled up.
Yeah, you do not know what your competitor is going to do in this matchup. You only need to beat that one person.
And then here you see Sai Shu Tong. She pops a little too hard off the top of the lip, and she just lands a little bit flat and in the back seat. So let's see, as we go back up to the top, how Gaon Choi is going to respond. She will be dropping on the rider's left wall.
So she had a fall, a big fall in her run 1 of the qualifier, picked herself back up.
And she's going switch backside 900. That is incredibly technical and difficult. There's the cab 720 coming in to her frontside wall, frontside 540. And she, okay, there's a little bit of strategy that we just saw. She was eyeing up that last backside hit. She said to herself, you know what? Sai Shutong went down, I'm just going to slash that. I'm going to take the points. I'm going to hopefully win this heat and move on to run 2.
Yeah, it's all about winning heat. Heat by heat, trick by trick. And Gaon Choi did just that. And she started off with the switch backside 900, an incredibly technical trick. So she already impressed those judges right out of the gate, but you made such a good point. She could have done one more trick.
But what if she falls?
Exactly.
Right? You don't want to leave the door open. You want to shut the door, take it trick by trick, round by round, survive and advance.
Really good in these runs.
So as the scores come in for these two competitors in matchup number 2 of the women's quarterfinals.
Also, I think she still has a cast on that right hand from a fall sustained during X Games right here.
Go out on a limb and say, I think Gaon Choi is going to take this one. Indeed, she will, with a first-run score of 78.
Winning run for run 1.
So Gaon Choi.
So Gaon Choi has the advantage heading
with that win on that first run. As we move to heat number 3, you know, and T-Bird, I was looking at this heat and I'm like, this one is going to be close. This one is going to be good because you have Mitsuki Ono, the 5th seed, up against American Sunny Alba, both riding so strong, both showing a lot of consistency.
And they're at very similar points in their careers as far as appearances in world-class half-pipe events. I feel like in any bracket-style tournament, when you get toward the middle, that 4-5 matchup is always incredible. It's Ono dropping in on the rider's right wall, coming into her backside hit, backside 540.
Backside 540.
And that's something new that we did not see from her in qualifiers, so she's choosing to maybe go for her weaker wall, her weaker run first.
Yeah, that's where the strategy comes into play. Frontside 900 into the backside air. And I feel like she's just gonna pull the plug and say, hey, let's see where the judges put me. And let's go, when we go back up to the top, we'll see how Sunny Alba responds. Right, so checking out the replay here. That is a cab 720, switch frontside 720. Grabbing her toe edge with her leading hand. Into the front side 900. See that amplitude coming in the anywhere from 7 to 10 foot range for Mitsuki Ono. Big old backside air. I will say though, Sunny Alba yesterday was riding better than I have ever seen her ride. I feel like right now she feels like that door is open.
Yeah, and once as an athlete, from that athlete perspective, once you feel that energy after riding that well, it is so powerful. You can take that confidence and that momentum and put it into the next day's competition. And Sunny Alba, like you said, it had such a great performance yesterday.
All right, so the goofy-footed rider, Sunny Alba, will be dropping on the rider's left wall.
Sunny Alba in the pipe.
That is huge. She is going so big. Holding that momentum from yesterday, backside air into the front side 7. Little washout there on that third hit into the front side 540. In the backside 540, so good amplitude as you see the height meter. Those heights are starting to come in.
So she elected in qualifiers, she did finish off her run with that alley-oop McTwist. She elected not to do that here. And again, that it could have been a strategic decision.
Yeah, and that's what happens when, she's dropping against the 5 seed. She's the 4 seed. In the first run, the lower seed drops first. That gives the higher seed a little bit of an advantage because they can sit back, see what their competitor does, and kind of adjust their run from there. All of today is about strategy, strategy, strategy.
Strategy, consistency, and then if you get to that final, endurance.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of snowboarding going down today here at the Snow League in Aspen. You are looking at the replay of Sunny Alba as we're waiting for scores to come in.
Oh, and they are close, but it will be Mitsuki Ono with a 72.7 that takes that first run.
We're going to bring in Connor real quick because that was a very even run. And from those scores, Connor Manning, what are you seeing with the judges and what they're looking for?
Well, both runs looked like they had a very similar amplitude up and down across the whole thing. I think for Ono, the biggest part was adding that front 9 tail grab in there to get her difficulty up.
Such great insight. Quarterfinal number 4 here in the women's quarterfinals. Elizabeth Hosking out of Canada versus American Maddie Mastro. And again, this format lends itself to that situation of really anything could happen.
And I'm really interested to see what the 8 seed Elizabeth Hosking can do. Is she going to force Maddie Mastro to dig deep into that bag of tricks and make her bring out all of her weapons early?
Yeah, a lot of times these competitors, you know, they want to just put one solid run down and then build upon that. Well, that's not the situation here because you can't really hold back on these first runs.
Absolutely. So Elizabeth Hosking, our 8 seed, dropping into the pipe. And she's going backside 540 for hit number 1 into the front side 720. And there is the chicane into the front side 7. Let's see if she can finish strong. Losing a little bit of speed there in the flat bottom, but going for the Pop-Tart. And now, what are you thinking if you're Maddie Mastro after you saw that? Are you digging deep? Are you going double crippler? Are you thinking double cork 1080 yet?
It's a toss-up. You know, earlier qualifiers, we didn't expect her to do that double crippler, but sometimes as an athlete, you just want to go for it because it really puts you in the good mindset. Really, only Maddie can make that decision from what her experience has been in the past.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if she came out and just said, you know what? I'm here to win. And
Here's
I'm
what I
going to go
got.
for the double crippler.
Yep,
yeah.
100%.
And then build upon that, and maybe we can see the double 1080 later on.
Yeah, because yesterday, you know, I feel like in Maddie's head, she was thinking, I want to be the 1 seed. There's a huge advantage coming into quarterfinals as the 1 seed, whereas today, you can pump the brakes a little bit. You can take it run by run, and all you have to do is win it heat by heat.
So that's her warm-up for the double crippler and some of those bigger rotations.
All right, so Maddie Mastro, the 1 seed, dropping in. She's got Doja Cat ripping through her headphones. Let's see where she goes with hit number 1. So sticking with a crippler into a backside 540. Into the front side 540. You know what? I think she's taking it a little easy. She's going to put down a good score, try to win this heat, keep the bag of tricks deep in her pocket. She can reach into it throughout the day and pull out whatever she wants.
Oh, and she's holding on to that last trick. And when you say easy, her easy is a lot of other athletes' very difficult run. So still such a great run from Maddie Mastro to start out here.
I'm really interested to see the score, right? Because looking at the scoreboard, Sena Tomita put down an 80.25. That was a really clean run from Maddie Mastro. And not that scores necessarily matter between Heat 1 and Heat 4, but looking at where the judges are putting that range, we're going to get a really good idea of that when we see Maddie's score come in.
Yeah, and she just elected to do a single flip on her crippler to start out with.
Yeah, that was 3rd gear for Maddie Mastro.
Yeah.
Almost every single trick in her run, she can do double. Here is that hawk and flip. Switch frontside inverted 720. Gets a good hold of that grab, spots her landing, and puts the gear down.
And watch this power in her legs as she holds on to that.
Maddie Mastro as well, but that top
So scores coming in.
qualifier having the advantage against the 8 seed, Elizabeth Hosking.
We'll explain more on the seeding on how
And
that
it
works.
will
Yesterday,
be
the
Maddie
loss
Mastro
for
who takes
set
that
stage
first
today.
run
Maddie's gonna
in
win
the
that first
4th matchup
78.5 for Maddie
here
versus
in the women's
50.25 for
quarterfinals.
Elizabeth Hosking. Some great riding.
We will be back with run number 2 here at the quarterfinals. Take a quick break. Join us for more Snow League. everyone, to beautiful Aspen, Colorado. We are halfway through the women's half-pipe quarterfinals. One run is in the books. They now will take to the pipe for their second runs. And the key with this Snow League format is they have to drop both on the right side and the left side. So now we will see the athletes drop in on the opposite wall that we saw them drop in on that first run. Another key point to this, T-Bird, is the winner of that first run actually drops first.
Yep. And that's, again, goes back to that competitive advantage, taking it heat by heat and playing this game smartly in order to survive and advance.
All right, so Sena Tomita won that first run, so she will drop first here in this first matchup of the quarterfinals.
And she's a two-time Olympian, 2018 and 2022. She won bronze at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, and she is looking to close the door on Liu Jiayu. That's a frontside 900 into the backside 540. Let's see what Sena does at the bottom of the pipe, ending things with a frontside 540, so keeping it pretty similar run to run on opposite walls. She's sitting on a first run score of 80.25, so really putting the pressure on Liu Jiayu. Check out the replay here, starting things off with a big backside air. That's a really nice looking method air from Sena Tomita.
Yeah, and you can see that score at the bottom of your right-hand screen. If it's in green, that means it's good.
Green is good, red is bad when it comes to those icons, the bottom right of your screen. There's a beautiful backside 540 from the number 3 seed, Sena Tomita, and what a showing for Team Japan here at Snow League in Aspen. They were so dominant yesterday.
Well, yeah, you know, we talk so much about the men's Japanese athletes, but the women are also just as good. All right, so again, a reminder, we will not see the scores until both competitors in the matchup have finished their runs. So now you're looking at Liu Jiayu, the Olympic silver medalist from the 2018 Pyeongchang Games, age 32. She has not had a lot of time in the halfpipe leading up to this event, but she has been putting together some really solid runs, but she needs to put together a winning run here.
So switch alley-oop, going for that switch backside 360. And again, just looking at what happened, dropping in on both walls. A lot of halfpipe riders these days have a preferred wall. What this does, the mandatory both wall drop-in, it forces them out of their comfort zone. And I feel like Liu Jiayu just kind of proved that a little bit.
Well, yeah, you talked about this earlier. Chris talked about this earlier, just really having to dig into that deep bag of tricks.
Absolutely. So as they wait for scores to come in, maybe we'll check out the replay and see what went wrong there on that switch backside spin.
What a beautiful day for a halfpipe contest. These are the conditions that you dream of as a competitor. All right, so the results look like this. It will be Sena Tomita who wins that first heat and that first matchup. And we are going to send it down to Naoko, who is with that winner.
All right, Sena Tomita getting the first win of the day, advancing to the semifinals. 準決勝おめでとうございます。この新しいフォーマットはどういう感じでしたか? How about this new format?
すごいドキドキして楽しみながら滑ってました。
She said I was nervous, but I really enjoy this format, and I was able to enjoy myself out there today so far. どうもありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Thank you.
All right, so we will see Sena Tomita move on to the semifinals as we fill out that bracket for that next round. But first off, we're going to go to heat number 2. This is run 2 in the women's quarterfinals, and we are going to kick things off with Gown Choice. She won that first run, so now she will drop in first and drop in on the opposite wall for this second run.
So Gaon Choi starting things off with a 900. So back-to-back nines. Amplitude through the roof. You see that height meter going off. So the 2 seed sitting on a first run score of 78.
Back-to-back switch.
Gaon Choi is putting the pedal to the metal as we're going to check out the replay and wait for Sai Shu Tong to try to answer back as the 7 seed.
That's going to be a really tall order because look at this run. She's actually dropping in switch here and went switch on this 900 and then
So
combines it, T-Bird, with a switch backside rotation.
You did miss the grab there a little bit. The judges will take note of that, but technicality, I think she's going to score high on this run.
Oh, absolutely. Really putting the pressure on the next competitor.
And ending things with the cab 7 right there. And this is exactly why she's the 2 seed. She qualified through yesterday automatically while her competitor, Sai Shu Tong, had to come up through the last chance qualifiers. And if you tuned in yesterday, you saw how gassed all of those riders were, the men and the women. That's a lot of snowboarding in a pipe that had variable changing conditions as the day continued.
Yeah, and right now the conditions look so ideal for these competitors as they drop in. All right, the pressure now on Sai Shu Tong as she needs to come up with a winning run here.
Yeah, will she force a third tiebreaker run, starting things off with a method into a frontside 900? And then backside 540. That's where things went wrong for her on her last run, but there's an air to fakie into the cab 720. I think Sai Shu Tong knows she just put one down. That's going to be in the running.
So this is going to be interesting because you look at what Gaon Choi did. She had a lot of switch tricks in her run, a lot of technicality. But I'll tell you, Sai Shu Tong was very clean. Take a look at the score on that 900 and that tail grab.
She gets the grab, she holds it for almost the entirety of the spin on that frontside 900. And here's the switch frontside 720, also known as the cab 7 in the pipe. Look at that slash, but again, look at the condition of that wall already. That snow is chunky. That wall is getting really, really warm. That will be a storyline that carries throughout today.
And it will be Gaon Choi.
Okay, Gaon Choi will advance.
Takes that heat and takes both scores and moves on. We'll see her in the semifinals. All right, moving on to quarterfinal number 3, the second runs. We're going to kick things off here with Mitsuki Ono out of Japan, another competitor that had to fight through the last chance qualifiers in those earlier rounds. We talked about the endurance, the fatigue, but also there's something to be said about just having that extra time in the half pipe.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of the riders who came through the athletes who came through the last chance qualifier yesterday looked at it as almost extra practice, more time in the pipe. That's going to be key here. So Mitsuki Ono starting things off. Frontside 900 into the backside 540. These athletes showing their versatility, being forced to drop into both walls for both of their runs. There's the cab 7. That was huge. Into the front side 540 tail grab. So the number 5 seed, Mitsuki Ono, looks to be a threat today going up against Sunny Alba.
Yeah, so she has the advantage at this point already with a run, a win under her belt. So at this point now, Sunny Alba needs to pull out all the stops. In that first run, she didn't do that alley-oop McTwist. So will we see that? But hey, Connor, what are you seeing from the judges?
I'm seeing they're really rewarding that execution. So getting the grab all the way through the trick, landing solid. A lot of those heavy edge outs at the bottom that you might not see with the naked eye, like that landing right there on the 9, perfect edge right across. Her execution just so good, amplitude good as well. Sunny's gonna have some work to do to really get this to a 3rd run.
Hey Connor, looking at these pristine conditions, there's very little wind, the sun is out, the pipe looks like it's running well. Are the judges really taking note of amplitude because of the conditions?
Yeah, it's really helping. They're looking at that amplitude gauge right there, and that's what they're basing all their amplitude scores on, T-Bird.
Yeah, and the execution, we really keep our eyes out for that. And that the execution, that's the landings, the grabs, like he said. So right now, Mitsuki Ono with the advantage as we go back to the top for Sunny Alba. Her 2nd run here in the quarterfinals. She needs to win this run.
Will she be the first athlete to force a 3rd run? There you see her with legendary halfpipe rider Danny Cass, one of my personal favorites growing up. He is one of the U.S. team coaches. And I got a text from Chris Grenier, who's up there. We'll be throwing to him throughout the day. He said Danny Cass is up there keeping it light, playing some music, making sure they're smiling, not taking things too seriously, and having fun. So Sunny Alba, the goofy footer, starting things off with a frontside 720 into the cab 720, and she catches the lip of the pipe with her heel edge. Not quite enough pop on that cab 7.
Yeah, so that's gonna do it. This heat is gonna go to Mitsuki Ono. But yeah, I want to give props to Sunny Alba because earlier in the qualifiers, and you said it again at the very beginning of today's competition, this is some of the best riding that we have ever seen from her, and I really do expect big things from her down the road.
And one of the big things with Snow League is they're creating new superstars. Who's the next face of this sport? And I can say with guarantee that Sunny Alba is one of those athletes.
All right, we'll take a minute to look at the scores, and there you go. It is Mitsuki Ono from Japan who will take this matchup number 3 here in the quarterfinals. And she is down there with Naoko.
おめでとうございます。準々決勝. I'm going to ask her about how she feels with this format and what her strategy was. 今日の1対1のフォーマットでどういう戦略を考えましたか？
そうですね。先行後攻があってちょっと新しいスノーボードの形で戸惑ったんですけど、とりあえず自分ができることやって楽しめたらいいなと思って何も考えず楽しみました。
おめでとうございます。She was a little bit nervous about this new format, but in any case, she went into it saying, I'm just going to do my very best, and it worked out for her. 頑張ってください。どうもありがとうございます。
So we will see Mitsuki Ono in the semifinals, and we will go back to the top for our 4th matchup here in the women's quarterfinals, and we are going to start with American Maddie Mastro, and you can see her there talking to her coach, Danny Cass.
So Maddie Mastro, 25 years old, one of the strongest halfpipe athletes on planet Earth.
See her visualizing, going through her run, even verbalizing, you know, the moves that she needs to do, the rotations, where she puts her shoulders. So Maddie Mastro sitting on that score of a 78.50. She basically won that first run, and now she just wants to lock it up and win this 2nd run.
And she's got to drop in from the right wall. First run, she dropped in on the left. I'm excited to see a little bit newer of a run from Maddie. Usually she drops in on the left wall. You see her there visualizing it, kind of going through the run in her head. She always takes a little bit of a moment, an extra moment, to kind of appreciate it, get her head wrapped around it, and then she'll drop.
And this is something new that we don't really see Maddie drop in much on this other wall.
All right, so taking a lot of pop into that first hit, backside 900. Maddie Mastro laces it into the crippler. This is why she came into today as the top-seeded female athlete, backside 540 into a frontside 720. And there is the hawk and flip. She stomps it and then sneaks in a frontside 5, grabbing stalefish.
Very quick footwork. Whoa.
Seems to be something in the bottom of the pipe right there. Not quite sure what it is.
Well, either way, she put together a phenomenal run.
I thought it was the drone.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Avoiding.
Guys, that's scary.
Avoiding whatever that was at the bottom of the pipe there. But what a start for Maddie Mastro, dropping in on that opposite wall. Connor, can you explain to us what happened?
Oh my god.
I think there's a random helmet that was in the bottom of the pipe that Maddie came down from her classic trick, that front 5 stale skyhook, and was able to ollie over the helmet. She said she thought it was the drone as she got down. So she was really scared that it was the drone, but it was a helmet, and luckily Maddie's okay and put it to her feet.
Talk about being reactive.
Yeah.
No kidding. You never know what's coming your way here at Snow League.
But the highlight here, want to point out, so we normally see her drop in on that other wall. And so for her to drop in and do this backside 9 out of the gate is huge, T-Bird.
Yeah, and that's a very consequential trick, and the judges are rewarding the more difficult tricks, the higher up you throw them in the pipe. I believe you will get rewarded for that, because if you fall on that, your run is pretty much done. There's that hawk and flip, landed low on that wall. And here is that final hit, frontside 540, grabbing stalefish. And then let's see, oh, little helmet ollie, there it is.
Ollie, extra point.
Talk about having your wits about you.
Yes, Maddie.
That was a great ollie.
From Maddie Mastro, ollieing the helmet.
So now
That's like
Maddie
a Mario
Mastro is
Kart.
in
Maybe
a
that
very,
was,
very
place in
good
my life.
position to take this heat. Elizabeth Hosking has to dig very deep as she is at the top, ready to take her second run in this 4th quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, will the underdog force a tiebreaker against the #1 seed, Maddie Mastro? The ball is in Elizabeth Hawking's court right now. She gives a couple extra ratchet straps down on her bindings. And here she goes. Elizabeth Hosking coming out of Canada, coming into her first hit. Let's see what she's got. Big old frontside 540. Into the backside 540. She's holding really good speed. There's the frontside 720. And there is the chicane. And she goes frontside 900, and you can hear the condition of that wall. That looker's left wall has not warmed up yet. That thing is still very, very icy, in contrast to the looker's right wall, which is starting to get slushy and a little bit sun-baked.
Yeah, and we still need to wait for scores, but basically what that means is Maddie will take that second run. We'll wait for the official word once those scores are released.
Like you landed in ollie? I landed and like I was like looking down, and then I looked to my left and there was a helmet like right there, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god.
It'll be fun to go back and watch the broadcast.
All right, so let's break down Elizabeth Hosking's second run. She started off going huge with that frontside 540 right there. And then she comboed that with a backside 5 on her second hit. And at some point we will see the replay of kind of what went wrong here. This is that attempt at a frontside 900. She's grabbing melon, that's her lead hand on her heel edge. And she just did not quite get the rotation all the way around. And look at the flex on that board as the snow catches that toe edge. Not enough amplitude there, and you can see she knew it.
Yeah, and all the pressure was put on Elizabeth Hosking. A great performance for her, but look at that. Maddie Mastro will take that 4th matchup here in the quarterfinals. So Maddie will be moving on, and she's standing by with Chris.
Maddie, congrats on a huge run. Let's talk about that surprise that came up on you at the end of your run.
Yeah, I was kind of looking down after my last hit, and then I looked over and I thought they had just landed the drone in the middle of a half pipe, and I was like, shit, oh shoot, I better jump over this right now. And luckily I cleared it, and it was actually a helmet. So either way, I was a little confused of why it was there.
Well, lightning fast reactions. Now, gotta ask, new format. Do you have strategy going into this thing?
No. I'm kind of just freestyling it, to be honest. Yeah, no.
Congrats on moving on to the next round.
Yeah, so Maddie taking it heat by heat, playing it run by run, and it's paying off for her so far as we take a look at the final standings from the women's half pipe quarterfinals and what those brackets are.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at Maddie Mastro as the only North American rider that's advancing. You got Mitsuki Ono, the 5 seed, has advanced. Gaon Choi, the 2 seed, moved on, and Sena Tomita from Japan, the 3 seed. So looking at matchup 1 in semifinals, it'll be Sena Tomita versus Gaon Choi and Mitsuki Ono versus Maddie Mastro in matchup 2.
Yeah, and those are going to be some fantastic matchups. Looking forward to the women's semifinals. But right now, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with more from Snow League.
Finals day in Aspen for the Snow League's opening competition. Women's quarterfinals has wrapped. Men's quarterfinals up next. Jack Collinsworth, Tina Dixon, Todd Harris, and T-Bird. So the women, they have hit the Final Four. What is the big takeaway of what we've seen thus far?
I think from what I've seen, it's Maddie Mastro continuing that dominance. She is riding surprisingly with very little strategy, according to her interview with Chris Grenier up there. But she looks confident. She told me before this event started, I'm going to trust my body, I'm going to trust my tricks, and I'm going to do what I do. And she seems to be doing that on finals day.
I can't believe she didn't get any extra points for ollie that helmet. That's what I wanted to see. But that was amazing. And it showed that she's in a good space.
Yeah,
she laughed that off all stuff. But I'm telling you, her next matchup, the semifinal with Mitsuki Ono, it's going to be tough.
All right, so let's see the bracket. This is what it looks like right now. Tina, what's running through your mind as we now look at the Final Four on the women's side?
Well, we still have to get through the semifinals, but I'm already looking at that and going, I would love to see a Gaon Choi and Maddie Mastro final. But, you know, what Tom said is like Maddie Mastro is in such a good headspace right now, almost performing better when there's less pressure. And I think she's really feeling that. But she's also showing us that she has a deep bag of tricks. She has a lot of experience, a lot of time in the half pipe. And sometimes, you know, I've seen Maddie take the biggest falls in the half pipe practicing her runs, and she always picks herself up. And I feel like now it's her chance to actually, and her opportunity to be rewarded for all those runs and all those tricks that she has practiced.
All right, I was dialed into the group text. We did have the picks, and they were sent in. I hope nobody's pick has already been eliminated. Let's run through it right now. T-Bird, you want to kick us off? Who are you going with and why?
Surprise, surprise, it's Maddie Mastro. I think she's in a really good headspace right now, and she's riding better than she's ever ridden before. She's having a season of all seasons. I think she's going to take the win.
I am sticking with my horse because this next semifinal, Mitsuki Ono as a 5 seed. Are you kidding me? It's going to be a 5-1. That is not your normal 5 seed, Mitsuki Ono.
Connor, let's get your pick. Who are you looking at?
I am looking at Maddie Mastro. I'm with T-Bird on that one. She has just been riding so well all week. I think she's going to take it all the way through the final.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Gaon Choi. You saw her in those earlier runs. She was going switch on many of her tricks. So I'm going to stick with Gaon Choi.
Chris, how about you?
Yeah, my picks are Gaon Choi. Dropping into that switchback 9 is incredible. And then Ayumu Hirano. He just makes it look good.
And definitely for me, Maddie, after that awareness of that helmet, I love how sharp she is today. And I also have to go with Ayumu Hirano.
My favorite part, too, was watching Diesel when he noticed the helmet was out there. He's checking, making sure that wasn't his helmet.
He's like, it's not
We all
mine.
thought it was
It's not mine.
Diesel's, maybe. Yeah, Chris might have dropped it.
We were in there, and we were talking about Maddie Mastro and this double crippler. What is the value of that trick, Todd, in your opinion?
Well, I'm going to turn that over to T-Bird because he knows how key that is. But when Maddie's in a good headspace, Tina talked about this, when Maddie's in a good headspace, all bets are off. And if she needs the double crippler, it means she's going to need to probably come from behind. So, but she's one of the only few that can pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the LAAX Open just a month ago, she, with Chloe Kim, became the first woman to land a double cork in competition. So she's also got that in her back pocket, which makes her so dangerous.
Yeah, so she has two very big tricks on both sides of the wall. Potentially the double crippler on that one side and that backside 9 on the other wall.
All right, so we've had the women's. They've kicked this day off in terrific fashion. The men hit the half pipe next. Aspen, Colorado. It is just a joy to be here as the Snow League in its first ever Finals Saturday rolls on.
Buttermilk Mountain and Snowmass. It is a beautiful spot here as Aspen, Colorado hosts the first quarterfinals for the men on day number 2 of the Snow League. Todd Harris, T-Bird with you now for the men's competition as we make the move, and this is going to be fantastic, T-Bird. The conditions could not be much better. You just called the women's competitions as well, but let's take a look at the brackets before we get into the actual action. There are some matchups here that are just going to be sporty. All Japanese affair first out of the gate with Yamada and Hirano. Then you've got Blackwell, Barbieri, Shigeno, Totsuka, Lee, and Hirano as we check in with Diesel down in the corral.
So we're down here at the final practice for men's halfpipe, and the tricks are getting big. They're going massive, and Ruka Hirano just laid down the first triple cork of practice. So look for that in the competition. Things are going to be massive here in the final.
I think Chris brings up a great point, T-Bird. The fact that Ruka is practicing a triple, and that is kind of Ayumu Hirano's signature move, but Ruka's feeling, you know what, I'm going to probably need this eventually. Let's get one under my belt and practice.
Yeah, and we're going to see him dropping in as the 3 seed against the man on the left there, Ryusei Yamada. He is the 6th seed, as you see there. Career accomplishments and appearances in elite world-class halfpipe snowboard events.
So Yamada, the 18-year-old, 2023 Japanese national champion in the half pipe. As he takes a look at this, he has a lower seed. He's going to see a 6 and a 3, and that's about right. That's where I would see them if we were just coming to this without the qualifying that we had yesterday.
Absolutely, dropping into his rider's right wall. Coming into the double cork, backside double, and not quite enough juice on it. Now, what I'm thinking is his competitor, Ruka Hirano, who's dropping next, just pulled out a triple cork in practice. You think he's going to pocket that one or pull it out?
I would say strategically, he doesn't need it. I mean, this is a head-to-head on this one alone. It's not an overall knockout punch, so he can come out, he can throw down a 50, and he's going to still get the win in the first matchup.
Absolutely. So we will check out the replay and see what went wrong there for Ryusei Yamada coming out of Japan. And
does it look like he overcooked it?
It looks like he overcooked it just a little bit. Looks like he popped at the perfect time there. Look at that tweak on that Japan grab. Spots is landing. Yeah, he just landed a little far down that wall. That is a ton of compression right there. And another thing to mention, Ryusei Yamada came through the last chance qualifier yesterday. We were calling that. They were cooked. They were smoked at the end of the day.
So he continues on down through the pipe because you never know what's going to happen with Ruka Hirano. So, yeah, he's going to get a low score there probably, but he adds a little bit of pressure now. Ruka Hirano steps up to the plate, staying very loose. Yeah, Team Japan, they have got a presence here in Aspen.
Yeah, and Ruka Hirano dropping in right now. Will we see the triple cork from Ruka Hirano? He just did it in practice. Will he pull it out here? Nope, he'll stick with a cap, double cork 1080.
Front side, 1260.
Front side, 12 into the backside, 900. So Todd, I think you're right. I mean, believe it or not, this is a mellow run for Ruka Hirano. Many people picked this kid to win it all. And just keeping that amplitude, I mean, that's what Ruka Hirano does so well. No matter the conditions, he always goes big. And I personally believe that amplitude reigns supreme in halfpipe events.
So a pretty chill run for Ruka Hirano. For every average American or human being on this planet, this is an amazing run. But he backed off. You could tell right off that first hit.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't know what's going to happen as the day moves forward. I feel like you really want to hold some tricks as long as you possibly can, because if you advance on to semifinals and finals, you're really going to want those, and you don't want your competitor to know that you have them.
He's just so smooth. I mean, his landings, we talk with Connor about what the judges are looking for. You can do a great trick, you can execute it, but if you don't land it smoothly and then make that transition to the next one, it's all for naught. So the scores come in now, and it will be a Ruka Hirano victory, 64-7 to 35-7. So Ruka has the advantage there as they will make their way back up to the top for their second runs.
And so you see Ruka Hirano's score, 64.75. Seems a little low to me.
Sure.
But, again, it's judges setting range.
And we have an all-American matchup here in quarterfinal number 2. Alessandro Barbieri of Portland, Oregon, the 16-year-old taking on Chase Blackwell, the 26-year-old out of Longmont, Colorado.
Chase dropping in on the right wall, starting things off backside 720 into the switch backside 7. Technicality is going to score high on those first two tricks, backside 900 into the front side double cork 1080. Chase Blackwell is the 7th seed, but you would not know it from that run, Cal. Double cork 1080 from the young American.
That was one of those runs that kind of built as he went along, and towards the end, it was really, look at this, 5 hits, 12.6 was the highest, 11 feet was the average across the board. So the 7 seed really shined bright on run number 1.
There's that backside 720 stalefish. Highly technical tricks up at the top of the pipe. I really want to get Connor Manning's mindset of what the judges are saying about those first couple hits. Connor?
The judges are really liking those top 2 hits. Blind landings on both with the 2 720s going switch. So very technical, though not very big spun. And then he gets down to the bottom and really opens it up with those 10s and 9s.
It was a very well-rounded run top to bottom from Chase Blackwell.
It was a strategic run, T-Bird, would you agree? I mean, I think he's got more in the tank, but I think he's playing this strategically. Let me get a solid run down now and then put the pressure on the young Barbieri.
Yeah, and if you think about what the judges are looking at, it's trick difficulty, amplitude, execution. He had it all.
So now the attention is on the 16-year-old Alessandro Barbieri. He put a lot of flair into the qualifying yesterday. Took down not 1, but 2 Japanese riders, and that is not something we have seen much of here in Aspen over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I really loved watching this kid ride yesterday. He is Electric City. Talk about a story for him coming in as the 2 seed, the first ever Snow League. How is he going to answer back to what Chase Blackwell just put down?
Youngest competitor here in the quarterfinals, just 16 years of age. I wonder if he does his riding at Mount Hood or Timberline. Where do you think he's getting his laps in?
That's a great question. I'm a big fan of Meadows myself.
There you go.
All right, so the goofy footer taking a moment, getting his wits about him.
Here we go.
He's going to be dropping in switch to the right side wall. Let's see what he's got. Switch backside 900 to start things off into the cab, double cork 1080. There's the 14. He's landing a little low on that transition.
Yeah,
that's gonna affect his amplitude just a little bit, but comparing that to Chase Blackwell, it's gonna be interesting.
So what I want to ask our man Connor Manning there is he went for the 14 and he executed it not very high above the lip, Connor, but the landing was a little sketchy. Is he getting more points for that, or would he have been better off backing it down to a 12 and being cleaner?
It actually was a 12, Todd. It was a frontside double cork 12, so he backed it down to the 12, but I think his execution on this run was a little bit poor through it. The first hit, doing well, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take Chase on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, the way he was winding up, that was on me. I thought he was going 14, but here you see it frontside double cork 12. And the energy with which he left the lip, in my head, I'm like, he's going 14.
Yeah. And watch this. This is what I was talking about. Little hand drag, then he had to counter correct, get onto his heels, and carve out of it.
Yeah, he just landed a little bit low on that. And there's the front side double cork 1080.
Is the truck driver the grab du jour or what? Everyone's sporting a truck driver.
It seems to be on trend right now in the half pipe.
All right, so Blackwell, Barbieri both run. One run is complete in their quarterfinal matchup. The only All-American affair here.
The judges are definitely deliberating, talking about this one. I'm sure Connor's got all the inside info. So this is what we saw from Alessandro Barbieri. Switch 900, switch double cork 1080, double 12, a 900, and a double cork 1080. That is a mouthful, Todd.
And look how close this is. Blackwell gets the nod, 77.5 over to 73.2. So had he done the 14 Barbieri and landed it, I think we'd had a different story. But as it stands, that is what it is. Barbieri will have to win the next run. We move on now to the next matchup here. Quarterfinal number 3. Shuichi Shigeno, he'll be taking on fellow countryman Yuto Totsuka. And this is going to be a tough one.
It really is. I mean, I was talking about it in the first women's heat with Tina. Just what a showing from Team Japan. Absolutely unbelievable. Shuichiro Shigeno, the regular footer coming out of Kawasaki, Japan.
This is a 5 versus 4 matchup. Shigeno first up. He's the 5 seed.
Front side double cork, 1440 into the cab, double cork 1080. And the front double 12. Backside 900.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta be kidding me. That was so close.
I'm telling you right now, that is not a normal 5 seed right now. Now, he's going against a fellow countryman, and these guys want to win, I mean, bottom line. But it's not in the nature of a lot of these Japanese riders to have that kind of angst, that anger, that I want to take this guy out. It's just, hey, we're all snowboarders. Let's just get along.
Absolutely. Let's have some fun with it. And again, going back to the women's heat, the 5 versus 4, even in mainstream sports, is always the coolest matchup because the margins are so slim between the competitors.
I think that's an 80-plus. I mean, Connor, what do you think? That's an 80-plus run if he lands this thing all the way at the bottom. When you talk in a 1440 tail grab and what he was building to, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that could definitely push the 80s. The one thing I worry about, Todd, is the variety in this run. If you look back at all of his tricks, most of them are done switch frontside or frontside off the toes. So the judge is really looking for that variety of different types of spins. So
judges don't miss a thing. So Shigeno kind of backing himself in the corner. Now, this is what it does to the strategy here. Yuto Totsuka. This is an opportunity for him, not the knockout punch, T-Bird, but this is going to put a lot of pressure because, like we saw earlier with Ruka Hirano and Rusu Yamada, he doesn't have to do his A-game run. He can back this thing way down.
Absolutely, and that's where the strategy comes into play here in these head-to-heads at Snow League. I will say, though, you know, Shuichiro Shigeno fell toward the bottom of his run, so he's still going to collect some points. So I feel like Yuto Totsuka has to put down a pretty good run. I would say somewhere in that 60, 70 range to really feel safe.
Yuto Totsuka now, 2-time Olympian, dropping in.
And he's going to be dropping in switch. Will we see the switch alley-oop back rodeo? Into the switch double 10. Backside 900.
He was 15.3 feet on that first hit.
Frontside double cork 1080. Into the cab double cork 1080. I do think that will be enough. But get this, believe it or not, that was a mellow run. That was a mellow run for Yuto Totsuka. I think he's looking to kind of win this first heat. And again, it goes back to the ideology of survive and advance. Just take it run by run, trick by trick, move on to the next round. But that switch alley-oop, backside rodeo, that was a thing of beauty right there.
Look how he holds onto the tail grab. just lets it go as he's coming back to earth. So this should be a pretty clear-cut, decisive win for Yuto Totsuka as he caps things off this double cork 1080 with indie grab. He could have got a 6th hit in here, but I think he's thinking, why? I think I've nailed everything so far. I don't think I need it.
Yeah, I feel like if Shuichiro had not fallen and ridden away from that trick, he would have snuck one more in there. But pull the ripcord, take the points, survive, and advance is the name of the game today. That's all part of the strategy in these head-to-heads.
So it's Japan on Japan, and it's clear win right there as Yuto Totsuka gets a 88.25 to the 57.5 put up by Shigeru. Okay, moving right along. This is going to be an interesting one here because we've heard about the injury to Lee Chae-un. How is he going to ride? Is he going to just get out there and get his points? And Ayumu Hirano, what is he going to have to go deep into to get the win?
And just imagine being in Lee Chae-un's shoes. I mean, you're riding against arguably one of the top 10 half-pipe athletes of all time.
Yeah.
So does that affect him? Is he nervous? Or is the pressure off?
Yeah.
Is he saying, I'm just going to drop in, have some fun, show Ayumu what I got, and see what he answers back with?
Whether you move on or are eliminated here, you are one of the top 8 riders in Snow League in the men's side. And here we go. Lee, first attempt.
So the 8 seed coming in. There is the triple cork, the first one we've seen in competition. And Ayumu Hirano, things just got serious for our 1 seed back up top.
I mean, come on.
Front side double 12. Into the backside 9. At the bottom of the pipe, you can hear the crowd reaction. That's going to still be a high-scoring run.
Say, this is not going to be the same situation we've seen before where riders have fallen. That was on his very last hit. He had the triple in there, and I'm going to forget about all those reports about him being seriously injured. He came out swinging.
That was unbelievable. The first triple cork that we've seen from Lee Chae-un. Connor, we're going to toss it down to you real quick. When that triple cork went down, anything from the judges?
Everything from the judges. I could hear him over your guys' call in my headset, and even louder when he went down on the 14 at the bottom. They were very excited about this run. I would expect to see this thing above the midway 50-point score for sure, even with the fall.
Yeah, frontside triple cork 1440 is going to score big.
And that's a big part of today. Don't leave any points on the table. Get as many as you can because you never know what's going to happen when Ayumu Hirano drops in.
And if Ayumu Hirano goes to the triple, is this going to put pressure on him? Because we've seen him do the triple in competition many times. He'll do it on that first hit. If he falls on that first hit, Ayumu's going to probably just go, you know what? I'll just ride this thing out.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty safe bet. I mean, it's a funny position too, right?
Yeah.
Because Ayumu Hirano was the first rider to ever land a triple cork in competition. He's almost done this to himself. When Lee Chae-un did the triple cork, Ayumu Hirano was probably like, yeah, everyone's caught up.
All right, so T-Bird, he's coming in on the right-hand side of the wall, and this sets him up perfectly because that left side wall, riders left to come in, that's usually where he will sprock out and go triple cork. What he's thinking right now, do I need the triple now? Do I not need the triple? The fact that you have that in your arsenal is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. This kid is amazing.
A reigning Olympic gold medalist dropping in. Here we go.
And he's going to keep it double. Frontside double cork 1080. Into the cab double. This is telling me that Ayumu is like, okay, you know, Lee Chae-un fell. I think his score is going to be in the 50s, maybe the 60s. I'm going to put down something safe, try to beat him in this heat, and move on to the next run.
And I know we keep going back to the well of knowledge known as Connor Manning, but Connor, he did not do the triple there, but his height across the board it's Shaun White level. He's 14-15 across the board. Had a little sketch there to the penultimate trick, but he was rock solid. What do you think?
Yeah, I think his difficulty of trick is incredible through that run, even without the triple with a 1440, 2 9s, and a 12. Execution great on the top and a little bobble on that lower one, but I think this should be enough to get him above Chaun Lee.
Think about that, a 1440, 2 9s, and a 12. And that's Ayumu Hirano's mellow run.
The word is progression. Look at this.
There's that front side double cork 12. Had a little trouble with the grab there.
Efficient for it.
Okay.
Did we mention he also competed in the Olympics in the Summer Games in skateboarding, and he is world class on skateboard as well.
Competed for Japan. in
Chan hoping that the
skateboarding as
triple
well. Knows how to
gave
utilize
him enough.
every
This is close.
bit
I mean,
of
this is
the
a
transition
1-8, and this is going to be maybe the
propel him
closest score we're going to have here
up into
in this
the
first run of
stratosphere.
quarterfinals.
Yeah, judges definitely taking their time. Ayumu's going to take it.
It's going to be an 80 even over the
So an 80
60.5.
even to a 60.50, and the first run is complete here at Snow League. A lot of drama still to play out as we get ready. Knockout phase. It's March Madness in the Rocky Mountains. Snow League Season 1. Buttermilk Mountain, Aspen, Colorado. Picture perfect day, and we are putting down some ridiculous runs. The progression of the sport, T-Bird, is just going to the next level as we take a look at the results from matchup number 1. Now remember, in the second run, the winner of the first matchup has to go first, and that, as we were talking during commercial, changes the strategy.
It just plays into the strategic advantage that the seeding, the different seeding of the riders comes into play here in this event. As we are going up to the top, we are going to see Ruka Hirano, the 3 seed, sitting on a first run score of 64.75. And he's also going to have to drop on the opposite wall.
Now, for the folks watching at home saying, Ruka Hirano got a 64.75, well, that's because Yamada had already gone first and fallen, so he backed it off. Now, this is an opportunity to go for the knockout punch.
He's going switch backside.
Switch backside double cork 1080. Now
Switch
coming
backside
forward here.
double cork 10
Backside
into the
900.
backside 900.
Frontside double cork 1440.
Front double 14 into the cab. Double 12. And an alley-oop back rodeo from Ruka Hirano.
Beautiful backside.
Really sick run from Ruka.
Hit there from Ruka Hirano. Great style.
So you see there, 5 hits, the highest, 13 feet 2 inches above this 24-foot half pipe. And here's that first switch backside double cork 10. Grabbing Japan, you see the right hand on his toe edge and just yanking that thing backwards. It's completely opposite to the direction that he's spinning. That's what makes it so technical and so difficult. There's the switch frontside double 14.
So Ruka Hirano lays down his second run. He gets 2 top to bottom full poles, really put the pressure on fellow countrymen. And I want to go down to Naoko. Naoko, am I right in saying that the culture in Japan is not lending itself to kind of angst, to anger, confrontation, and so you don't see the rivalry maybe as much between the Japanese riders?
Yeah, you know, they told me that it is really hard to go up against your teammate. I mean, they're chatting a lot with each other, so you can kind of tell that they are being supportive of each other while trying to go against each other. And also remember, Ayumu Hirano and Cheon Lee, they're good buddies. They sometimes train in Japan together. Cheon told me his Japanese is, well, almost as good, if not better, than his English.
Yamada, switch
going so high.
McTwist.
He's got to win this matchup.
Ryusa Yamada is sending it into a regular McTwist right there. Are you kidding me? Ryusa Yamada answers back. One thing I'm thinking, a little less amplitude than Ruka Hirano, but I think a little bit more technical. We'll see it on the replay here with these tricks, but it was a really good run. Answer back.
I'm going to go deep baseball on this. He went Danny Davis on that one. I felt like he went very Danny Davis on this one.
All right, so check out this switch McTwist. 12 feet 11 inches out of the pipe.
Look how he holds all these, just locks it in.
Yeah, lands high on that wall, keeps his speed. And there's the front side double cork 1440.
He does a 1440 at the bottom.
At the bottom of a run. Yeah. So coming in as the 6th seed, he came through the last chance qualifiers up against Ruka Hirano, who won run one.
Look at this. Look at this.
Whoa!
Close. Ruka Hirano lands the knockout punch. A 91.25 to Yamada's 85.25. That 85.25, second highest score we've seen so far. Let's set it down to Noko.
All right, going to ask him about going up against his teammate and how difficult that was. やっぱ1対1のフォーマットで、山田君とこう一緒にやらなくちゃいけなかったのはどうでしたか？
そうです。やっぱ1本目流星こけちゃって、でその自分が後からだったんで、その決めれるルーティンっていうのを選んだんですけど、やっぱ2本目先行になって、その攻めてこけたら後から来た方が有利やし、攻めなかったら後から決められたら越されるしっていうので。その攻めるか攻めないかっていうところがすごい難しかったです。でも楽しかったです。
Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございます。頑張ってください。So he basically said that it was very difficult, but after the first run, you kind of get over that feeling, and you have to decide, okay, are you going to show up? Are you not going to show up? And once you decide to show up, it does get a little bit easier.
Okay, so the athletes getting used to this new format here at Snow League, as evidenced by Ruka Hirano.
We have our first semi-finalist in Snow League, and his name is Ruka Hirano. Now we move on to quarterfinal number 2. This pairing is Chase Blackwell against fellow American Alessandro Barbieri. So we have America on America right now, as we just saw Japan on Japan, with Hirano getting the advancement. Now, remember, Chase Blackwell got the better of the first run, so we'll see how he plays this one coming in on Ryder's left.
Yeah, the first runs were extremely close. Start things off with a switch double back 10. Let's hope Chase Blackwell is okay there. Looks like he came up just a little bit short.
So Chase Blackwell takes a far fall hard on that first hit. He was coming in on the rider's left-hand side, and he hit that wall and came down. And so the medical staff here at Buttermilk Mountain in Aspen will get to him and evaluate him. The 7 seed is down in the pipe after having a great first run. We'll see how it plays out. We'll step aside. We'll be back to Aspen right after this. And this is a great sight. 26-year-old Chase Blackwell from Longmont, Colorado, able to come down to the bottom of the pipe under his own power. Won't speculate on the injury, but he did take a hard fall on the very first hit. So here's the situation. Ruka Hirano, he won his first quarterfinal matchup against Yamada. He is into the semifinals. We are looking at matchup number 2. That's Blackwell and Barbieri. That is the 7-2 matchup as far as seeding. And we just saw Chase Blackwell go down and take a hard fall. So, T-Bird, you think about it, Alessandro Barbieri, play it safe, lock one in because he's already down 1-0.
Yeah, we have not seen a third tiebreaker run yet today. Alessandro Barbieri can take this one pretty easy because I do think, unfortunately, Chase Blackwell's score is not going to be too high with that fall, and we might see a third run next round.
So now the 16-year-old from Portland, Oregon has an opportunity to really take control of this, or at least draw even with Blackwell. But he can't play it too safe, especially on that first hit. I mean, I got to think he's got to get the first 2 hits in the books, and then if he has a fall, it's okay because he'll have more. Connor, would you agree with that? That he needs more than at least 2 hits in this one, even if he does have a fall?
Yeah, listening to the judges, they still want to see something here because he's going to have to put something down.
So still not out of the woods just yet, as Alessandro Barbieri will drop in now on Ryder's left as he comes in.
Alessandro Barbieri dropping in. He's going to go backside 900 into the front side double cork 1080. And the cab double cork 1080.
But you see the height meters come down quite a bit from his first run.
Absolutely. Front side 900, backside air, grab and tail, and that's going to do it for him. He'll take this run.
You normally would not see a straight air in a run that would be a scoring one as he checks on his fellow countryman, and that was a tough fall for Blackwell.
Blackwell right there.
As we said yesterday, to quote the great Travis Rice, you're going to take a beating in this sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to happen eventually.
And every once in a while, as unfortunate as it is, you get that stark reminder that this is high stakes. What they're doing is absolutely incredible and at times can be incredibly dangerous.
24-foot icy walls. They are launching 10, sometimes 15 feet out of that, then bringing it back down with precision, trying to find a sweet spot on that wall to transition to the next one to do it all over again. Beautiful tail grab here, but that's a straight air. Normally in a competition, T-Bird, you wouldn't throw something like that in if you thought you had a chance of advancing.
Yeah, I feel like Alessandro Barbieri put down what he wanted to put down, took it easy down at the bottom, and he's going to be looking to
Alessandro,
that third
put the crown
tiebreaker
there
run.
on Chase King.
And there it is, a
Crown of
62
Chase
to
Blackwell
a
is
5
such
all the way
a
for
feat.
Chase Blackwell. He's got
Look at the blood on the
a little of his
jacket right
DNA
there.
on the collar of that jacket. He'll get a quick check with medical before going back up, but it's just good to see him back up and congratulating Barbieri for the win there on that second run. So they will go to a sudden death throwdown tiebreaker on the third and final run between those two as we move on now to quarterfinal number 3. Yuto Totsuka in the driver's seat over Shigeta. This again, another Japan on Japan matchup.
Yuto Totsuka dropping in. Will be coming in, switch with that little revert.
Switch for this first. There
First run score, T-Bird at 88.25.
11 feet 10 inches out of that pipe, followed up by a 13-foot air. Front side 12 into the backside 900.
Oh,
Yuto Totsuka. He knows he got one there. Sitting on a first run score of 88.2. Will that be more?
Not to bring up a negative aspect, but Yuto Totsuka, two-time Olympian. I remember the biggest moment of his life was in the Pyeongchang Games, and he was taken out of the venue on a stretcher because he had such a heavy fall, 15 feet out of the pipe on the 24-foot walls, and took a big hit. But here he is now, fully healed and doing stuff like this.
Switch frontside double cork 14. Taking off switch, landing regular. 13 feet 11 inches out of that 24-foot half pipe. And then check this out, frontside double cork 1440. It is just absolutely incredible how quick they can spin while keeping their composure, landing and hitting the next wall.
Their awareness is just absolutely on point. Remember, he is the 2021 world champion in the men's halfpipe, so this is not a big shocker. Yuto Totsuka always comes correct, and he always seems to be top 5 whatever competition he enters. So now he really puts the pressure on fellow countrymen. This is Shuichiro Shigeno. He's got to get this one or he is going to be eliminated. Remember, his first run score was a 50.75. He lost that first matchup to Totsuka's 88.25. And Totsuka has, I almost think, maybe raised the bar on that second one.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where Shuichiro Shigeno has been put in a situation where you just have to go all in. There's no other option because Yuto Totsuka just laced one. Start things off with a backside 900. Frontside double cork 1080. Oh, he's going for the cab double 14, not able to get it around. And I think Yuto Totsuka is going to advance on to the next round because his first run score of 88.2 might be his lower of 2 scores after that second run.
もうバックダイでダブルでも40ダブル
He just crashed, but how great is that?
Yeah, they're good friends off the hill as much as they are competitors on it.
I don't know if we want Malcolm to translate that or not. It was pretty good, though. Yeah, he knew he had to push the chips all the way in, didn't he?
Yeah, and, you know, a backside 900. I don't know if that's what he was going for. He had a little trouble with that grab there. But, you know, comparing that head-to-head against Yuto Totsuka's run, just not quite there. And there's that switch frontside double 14. Again, just barely missing that grab. I think right here is kind of when he knew it. He said, you know what? Snow League's been fun, but Yuto's moving on.
There that, 91 to 25. So it's a 90.7 for Totsuka and a 26.2 for Shigeno. So it is Yuto Totsuka that is moving on to the semifinals here at Snow League as he has eliminated his fellow countryman Shuichiro Shigeno, and we send it down to Naoko.
All right, let's get his thoughts here on what it was like to go up against his teammate, but also getting that support that you just saw. なんか本当に サポートがすごいですね、チームメートの中に。
そうですね、やっぱり、日本人と戦うのは少し心苦しいというか、ちょっと気まずい部分もあるんですけど、すごい楽しい大会にしていけたらなとは思ってます。はい。
おめでとうございます。So he said it is really hard in his heart to go up against your teammate, but at the same time it's really fun. And as you can see, they were sharing a moment there, sharing ideas and having fun with each other.
I think fun being the operative word now as we move on to the final quarterfinal here as we take a look at Ayumu Hirano. He has won the first round between these two. He put down an 80, relatively pedestrian 80 to him. He's going up against Lee Chae-yoon.
And if you're Ayumu Hirano right now, you know that Lee Chae-yoon is going to throw that triple corky in. Do you pull that out? Not quite yet, but Ayumu Hirano knows that he cannot take this one easy. Frontside, double 12.
I wonder if he's going to save the triple if he goes to a third and final showdown.
I feel like Ayumu wants to hold on to it for as long as humanly possible. He does not want to pull that trick out too early, as it is the most lethal in his arsenal. But Ayumu Hirano sitting on a first run score of 80. I think he stepped that up.
So Ayumu Hirano, he was already sitting with a win on the first matchup, the first run between these two with an 80. And does he do it here? Connor, this run didn't have the triple, but it is still really spicy.
It did not have the triple, Todd, but it did have 14, 12, 12, 10 alley-oop rodeo, and the first 4 tricks were absolutely executed perfectly. So I think this could be a little bit above that 80 he had earlier.
Yeah, I agree. That was, man, if that's a backup run, T-Bird, I mean, come on.
Seriously. I mean, and looking at Ruka Hirano right now, sitting on a 91.2 in the first heat as the 3 seed. Is this going to be up in the 90s? Will Ayumu take it to the next level this early in the head-to-head matchups?
Let's use a movie reference here. This is like Fast and Furious. Ayumu Hirano has yet to hit his nitrous button.
That's true.
He's got that nitrous button still in check, ready to use it. Does he need it? We'll find out, because I think he just raised the stakes for Lee Chae-yoon. We're just glad he's out riding. There was talk and rumors throughout Aspen last night, all the way down to Carbondale, that he was done. He wasn't going to be able to go. Ayumu was going to get a pass into the semis. Not so fast.
Yeah, Lee Chae-yoon was battling not just jet lag, but a little bit of injuries as well. But he is a true competitor, toughing it out as he drops into his backside wall for his second run in Heat 4. Now he's coming in switch.
His first hit.
There's the cap, double 14. Into the front, double 12. Backside 900, close to 12 feet out on that second hit. Front double 14. Oh, and that is not what you want to see. That's what happened to him on his last run as well.
Well, if that's riding injured, sign me up for medical, because that is so strong.
Oh, Lee Chae-yoon, what a heartbreaker. He had one going, and the same thing on back-to-back runs. It was that final hit that got him. Sometimes you just run out of transition to land on, and you land a little low, and when you're doing tricks that big, you gotta land high on that wall.
And as Naoko pointed out, good friends, Lee Chae-yoon and Ayumu Hirano, training together, able to converse in Japanese or Korean, it doesn't matter.
What I'm interested to see now is if Ayumu Hirano's run is gonna dabble in that high 80s, low 90s range. I want to see where the judges put that.
Well, we've only seen 2 90s here in the quarterfinals, one of them coming from Yuto. Totsuka, the 97.5, and then the 91.25 put up by Ruka Hirano. No relation to Ayumu Hirano, by the way. I'm so impressed with Lee Chae-yoon that he came out, because we saw him yesterday, T-Bird, at the end of the day, he was being helped out of the pipe.
He was, yeah. And look at that frontside double cork 1440. And then things just went a little sideways for him on his last hit.
Where did this go wrong?
So switch front, he opened up just a little bit too early, and quite frankly, he just ran out of pipe. He ran out of transition to land on. You can see the agony, the heartbreak right there, but he put it all on the line against one of the best half-pipe riders of all time, Ayumu
So it's
Hirano.
official
So it's
now,
gonna
the
be
81.75.
That's a lot closer than we thought. 81.7 to 47.5. So Ayumu Hirano gets it done. A little lower on the score, baby, for an 81.7 for Ayumu Hirano, 47.5 for Lee. So it is Ayumu Hirano that will be advancing on. Let's set it down to Naoko.
Yeah, here with Ayumu Hirano, who completes the quarterfinal round, moves on to the semis. I'm going to ask him also about the one-on-one format here. 1対1のフォーマットの戦略ってどう違いますか？
いやーすごいやっぱ駆け引きしてる感じが強くて、でまあ結構仲いい友達とこうそれの一騎打ちだったから、なんか変なやりづらさとかもなんか途中感じながら、いやでもはいまず決めれてよかったですね。
そうですね、頑張ってください。どうもありがとうございます。He did say the format being unusual and also at times a little bit uncomfortable because you got to go up against your friend, but he really talked about playing the odds and how to think of one run versus the other, attack versus not attack, defend, that kind of thing. So, but either way, he's pretty pleased that he's moving on to the next round.
He is indeed. Thank you very much. So now we can fill out the brackets for the semifinals because we have some breaking news. Medical has taken Chase Blackwell out of the competition for his own good, so the 7th seed will not get that matchup with Alessandro Barbieri for the 3rd and final run to see who's moving on. Because of medical concerns, they are not going to let him go, and I think, T-Bird, that's probably the smart call.
It's the smart call. It's the unfortunate call. I mean, both riders have ridden so well leading up to this. But I mean, you see those matchups right there. Ruka Hirano versus Alessandro Barbieri. Yuto Totsuka against Ayumu Hirano.
No big surprise. There will be a Japanese rider in the final no matter what. But who will walk away with the big prize of 50 grand? And Ayumu Hirano still holding on to that triple cork. Back to Aspen after this.
It's only 8 remain, 4 women and 4 men. Jack Collinsworth, Tina Dixon, Todd Harris, and T-Bird. So we have now seen the quarterfinals. T-Bird, I will start with you. Who made the most noise, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the most noise was Ruka Hirano. Like, coming in as a 3 seed and posting the highest score on his first run was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising, though, to see that from Ruka Hirano. I mean, when we heard that he was already practicing the triple, like, he means business here, you know? And I think what we learned from the interviews is, yes, for a lot of these athletes, it's hard to go up against their teammate or their countrymen, but they want to win. And so you sort of have to adapt to that, get over that, and focus on, you know, what you can do and what you want to do.
The biggest non-surprise, there will be a Japanese athlete in the final. That's not a shocker. Not going on. That's like chalk. But my big takeaway is Alessandro Barbieri. Somehow this 16-year-old kid continues to find a way to move on. Now, all we can say is we hope Chase Blackwell is going to be okay because he took a hard fall. You saw the blood on the collar. But I think medical made the wise call. Don't let him go up there and do that again.
All right, let's get into our picks. Let's see if anybody had their pick eliminated just yet. Here we go. We've now hit the final 4. Let's start with T-Bird. Who you going with and why?
I mean, I got to go with Ayumu Hirano. Just sheer dominance and competitive experience. He's been in this situation for almost a decade now, and I know for a fact he's got plenty more tricks up his bag.
Connor.
For me, it's Yuto Totsuka, and I think watching those first 2 run scores right up around the 90s on both sides of the pipe, I think he's got a really good chance.
I'm going to say I'm going still with my guy, Ayumu Hirano, because like Nitrous, he hasn't hit the button yet. But guys, you got to look at the semifinal coming up. It's Yuto versus Ayumu, so half of us are going to be not very happy because someone's going to lose out on their pick.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to go with Yuto Totsuka. So you're saying half of us are not going to be happy?
Exactly.
Would love to see Ayumu also in there, but you know, I'm going to have to stick with my guns at Yuto Totsuka taking this thing.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah, I got to go Ayumu Hirano. He invented the triple cork, first one to do it. But dark horse, Ruka Hirano did a triple cork in practice already, so he's got that in his back pocket.
You know what? I like Ruka too, but I'm not going to veer from Ayumu. He's vibing so cool. He's like, this is another day at the office. That's what he's vibing. So I'm going with Ayumu too.
I love it. So Diesel, he mentioned that triple cork. How does the triple cork impact the remainder of this competition and ultimately the champion?
It literally draws a dividing line between some men and other men, basically. You have the triple cork or you don't. There's very few riders doing it. Ayumu invented it. He's been doing it the longest. That's why I'm still holding out faith.
Yeah, and he not only does it, but he does it huge on that first trick. And if he can land that and continue on with the rest of his run, I'm still going to stick with Yuto, but Ayumu is really, definitely, that triple cork is so great.
I will say this, if Commissioner Collinsworth gave me a mulligan, I might switch to Ruka. The way he's riding and the fact that he threw the triple in practice makes me think he's gonna launch it. And Ayumu is kind of tentative with it. It's one of those things, he can do it, but I almost feel like he doesn't like to do it unless he absolutely positively has to. And Ruka, I don't know, I mean, Naoko said vibing. I just think Ruka is vibing right now.
Well, the commissioner gives no mulligans. Let me be the first to tell you that.
I knew it.
Ayumu, who can really make him sweat? If you had to give me one on the men's side that if they laid down the perfect run would make him sweat, who would it be?
I'm going to go, you're going to see it. I think it's Yuto, Totsuka. I think Yuto has the amplitude, the technicality, and the execution to really take it to Ayumu Hirano.
I agree with them on that. I'm going to go with Tom on that too, especially that second semifinal. Yuto and Ayumu, I mean, that's a final right there in a semifinal.
Commissioner, I want one more mulligan. I want to introduce Shaun White, Senior Blanco, into this one. Who wouldn't pay extra shekels to see Shaun White and Ayumu Hirano in another final? But we're not going to get that. But I'm just saying, I agree with these guys, but I still think coming off of Naoko, vibing, Ruka Hirano, keep an eye on him.
And now that we've seen all these competitors, all these athletes use both sides of the wall, what kind of data, what are we downloading about the mindset that it's presenting?
Again, I think it's separating certain members of the pack, right? Someone like Ayumu Hirano, you don't really necessarily see him drop on the rider's right side. He's a rider, or rider's left side. He's a rider's right side kind of guy. But he dropped in and you're like, oh, he's got it. This is old hat to him. So it's really showing the versatility, and it's highlighting the riders who have the most tricks in their bag.
Yeah. And they all have a lot of tricks. They all have a lot of tricks. But Alessandro Barbieri, he's got to get through Ruka Hirano. I mean, it could happen. You just don't count anything out with this format.
The scores don't carry over, but Ruka Hirano does have the highest score, 91.25. Just saying.
It is a high-flying finals day, is it not? Terrific calls. Look forward to more calls as the action presses on. J.J. Thomas going to be making his way into the studio. Man who coached Shaun White to gold. Got some questions for him when we return.
So interview with Cam, take one.
All right, Cam, tell us what it would mean to win the first ever Snow League event.
Oh, it's a big question.
Snowboarding is evolving.
For so long, it's been the same options of how to really be successful in this sport. And Snow League is this whole new opportunity.
The competition format reinvented. The stakes higher than ever.
I've been thinking about this event all year.
For years, contests followed the same structure. A single final. Standardized runs. But the Snow League is changing the game. It starts with qualifying day. 36 athletes, grouped in seeded heats. 2 runs, best score counts. Win your heat, you're in. Fall just short, there's one last shot. The last chance qualifier, where the fiercest competitors refuse to be eliminated. One final opportunity to make it to finals day. Finals day is a head-to-head showdown, bracket style. Win 2 out of 3 runs. And for the first time, the athletes must drop on both right and left-hand walls, proving full mastery of their craft.
This is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Look at the...
Are you kidding me?
I think it shows a true competitor. You see what happens when the pressure's on. And people under pressure do some pretty incredible things.
You can't just have one run that you sit there and practice and practice and practice, and that gets you through to finals. You really have to go against multiple competitors through brackets with different runs from different sides every bracket. So it's really kind of come down to endurance of the athletes as well as how many tricks they've got and how they can put them together.
the new format of this event's really gonna show who is the most consistent and who's got the most style.
Trying to make it all look good when it all matters.
Your name would be down in history.
The Snow League, where every run matters, where only the best rise. This is the future of winter sports competition.
Finals day on the mountains of Aspen, and it is a pleasure to be joined by Olympic medalist and Shaun White's former coach in J.J. Thomas. You know this sport, you love this sport. What has been your reaction to the new format we just watched?
Personally, that head-to-head we just saw was the coolest thing I've seen in halfpipe in 10 years at least.
Wow.
That was really exciting for me just to see the different strategies, and the whole thing was just awesome.
JJ, I got to ask you, the Japanese squad looks so strong, and this is all partly your fault and Shaun's fault, and I take it back. Do you see the Japanese dominating like the Americans did? I mean, you were part of that sweep at the Olympics in Salt Lake City in 2002. Are we going to see the same thing in 2024 in Italy for the Japanese squad?
It's very possible. Yeah. They just work so hard. They train like no one else, and it shows. The results are there, and they've become a dominant force for sure.
But we talked earlier about Alessandro Barbieri, because to me, it's just recently, within like the last month, that I've really started hearing his name more and more on a consistent basis. So give us his story.
He's been around. It's fun hearing your take on it. How you're like, where did he come from? But for us, we've been watching him since he was this big. And then all of a sudden last year he grew to be like 6 feet tall, and now he has man strength and he's doing tricks like this, and it's on. The kid is no joke, but again, he's put in the work and continues to. He has a really supportive family, and it's showing.
I loved hearing Shaun White in that feature talk about pressure and what pressure does to athletes and to competitors. You coached Shaun White to gold. So what is the best way to coach an athlete under pressure?
That's a loaded question, and I'll be honest, it really depends on the athlete. Each person's so different. They all react different, so you really just have to know them personally and what triggers them and what motivates them. So with Shaun, you had your tactics with him, and
what
really
were those?
With Shaun, the work was done before. By the time we got there, it was just keeping the energy right, making sure we show up, and just run moment by moment, run by run, kind of keeping him present. Don't get too far ahead, don't get too far behind. Any technical talk went on the chairlift, and we just had our little rhythm. But
go ahead. Well,
Oh.
I just want to add to that, because I have these vivid memories of back at the 2018 Olympic Games before Shaun won his gold medal. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on him, and you could feel it. And I remember looking over at the side of the half pipe, Shaun was taking runs. Shaun was actually snowboarding just down this little section of the mountain.
Yeah, we would minimize time at the top to stand still and get in your head. So we would just ride and cruise, and we, like, again, any tech talk would go on the chair. And then once we pulled up to the top and it was game time, people are always like, what'd you say to him at the top? And I'd say nothing. So by then it's all vibes. I'm just trying to be calm and exude confidence that wears off on him. We've done the work, and then it's over.
I want to stay with 2018 because I had the good fortune of calling that final run of Shaun's with Todd Richards. And at the top of the pipe, when he dropped in, before he dropped in, he took a good minute and a half and did the deep breathing thing and pulled the mask down and did breathing. And our producer, Billy Matthews, was saying, don't talk, don't talk. And it was one of the most intense moments. At that point, did you know Shaun's got this?
No.
Thank you for the honesty.
I'm getting emotional and goosebumps just thinking about it, because it was obviously the heaviest moment in my life, and probably one of his too. But I knew we had a good shot when he was taking his time up there. I was like, all right, he's enjoying this, and he's getting locked in. Whether he's going to do it, the runs are so tech, you never know. But when he landed that last double cork 12 on the bottom, that was, and then the 2-minute hold for the score to drop, and that score hit, I've never felt anything like that in my life ever.
I can see your eyes.
Yeah, I'm getting I could cry right now.
What makes you so emotional when you think back about it?
Just the amount of work that goes into it. To get there, no one knows the backside, how much the athletes and the coaches and the whole team goes through to get to that point is so intense. And especially for someone like Shaun, where it's first place or nothing. Yeah. That's pressure I wasn't accustomed to in my career, but I felt it with him. And then when he pulls it off, it's just tears. It's just amazing.
Quickly, want to ask you, Chase Blackwell, you know him. He's a tough kid. You saw the fall. Did medical make the right call?
Oh, 100%. Okay. Chase is the toughest kid on the U.S. team. If he's sitting down in the half pipe taking his time, he's done. He needs a rest. That was a great call by medical, but he rode amazing. Chins up.
How about your pick?
Yeah, we go. Here we go. Hot seat time, JJ.
To unfold here.
I got to go with Ayumu. I said it from day one. He trains. This format suits him. This guy goes to training camps and can go every day, all day. This is a marathon. It's in his corner. He can do it.
Will we see the triple?
Absolutely.
God, is he as chill as he seems?
Yeah. The guy wins the gold. He literally won the gold. I mean, when that last Olympics, he just stoic. That's why he's the man, though. It's not up and down. It's just chilling.
Metronome.
You're the best.
Metronome.
Man. Thank you so much
Thank you
for
guys.
joining us. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Can't wait.
Get yourself a good seat out there. Finals day is pressing on from Aspen, and we love just soaking in the knowledge from some true legends of the sport.
Some athletes win. Others change their sport forever. Shaun White did more than break records. He shattered the very idea of what was possible.
97 takes the 95 and says, give me some more.
But his story isn't just about medals. It's about obsession, sacrifice, the relentless pursuit of something more. And it all started from a simple passion.
I grew up Southern California, not a lot of snow, by the beach. We took a random ski trip to the mountains. At that point I was skiing. So it was fun, we started going back. One trip I'll never forget, we get to the mountain and my brother's like, I don't want to ski, I want to do this new thing, snowboarding. I was like, he's doing it, I want to do it. And it just became, our thing, and we were hooked. They didn't make kids snowboards at the time. And so my mom started calling around to major winter brands, and it just so happened that Burton Snowboards was coming out with a kids line. And they're like, hey, look, we'll give Shaun a board. He could become part of our little team, our program for the kids line. And in turn, maybe you should start entering him into some competitions. We just started the local events, amateur USASA events, and that was the beginning of it all.
Whether on a skateboard or a snowboard, Shaun took to the pipe differently. He saw possibilities where others saw limits.
People under pressure do some pretty incredible things. You kind of see what people are made of, and you see what happens to true competitors when the pressure's on and they rise to the occasion. It's like a very special and inspiring thing.
Shaun, just going nuts right now.
I know for me at least, it pushed me to a place of trying tricks that I would never try in a normal situation, but I'm driven to win, and I'm now upping my game, and that makes me a better snowboarder in the long run.
Unbelievable, the grab, the hang time, landing deep into the tread, getting lots of speed.
This was more than competition. It was revolutionary for his sport. And Shaun White wasn't only chasing medals, he was chasing history. 3 Olympic golds, countless event titles. He ended his competitive career as the most decorated snowboarder of all time. But the end of one chapter is the start of another.
Without really trying, having a certain amount of success in my career put me in a place where I was speaking for the rest of the community. I was on the world stage and I was speaking for a group much larger than myself. And so I'm like, well, this was kind of thrust upon me without me asking for it, but I do have that ability to have a voice, and so how am I going to use it? And after retiring, that voice didn't really go away, and I felt like, man, I have the ability to make change within the sport, and I need to do that. I need to do that for everyone else still competing in the future generations.
For Shaun White, the story isn't over. It's time to push the sport forward again.
Right away, I think, in retirement, I looked into building the league. I felt like I was in this perfect position. I've got the experience as a competitor. I've got the experience on the events and organization side. I could really bridge the gap between mainstream media, sponsors, resort owners, and the athletes and put it all together and create this tour. It's something I wish I had when I was competing. You know what I mean? Something I've always wished was available for the sport.
A league where athletes aren't judged by one run, but by an entire season of fierce competition. Where rivalries build, where legends rise across the globe. The future of winter sports competition is here.
My dream for the Snow League would be, within the next 4 or 5 years, to be the premier place for freestyle snowboarding and free ski. I think it shows a true competitor who's consistently shown up and delivered a performance throughout multiple competitions throughout an entire season, and to be crowned the winner at the end. It's not about one day. If we do it right, we can get to a place where people will really ask, like, well, does this mean more than an Olympic medal to be a Snow League champion? A Snow League world champion, without a doubt, you are the best within your field in the sport that year. Yeah, I'm dying to talk to the athletes and seeing their excitement and seeing what they think of it all, because I'm just laying it up for them to just, you know, dunk it. So we'll see.
Well, it is fascinating to see the progression of the sport. And at NBC, you know, we're lucky enough to go to a whole lot of these big-time events. And this week, to me, has felt like snowboarders, the competitors, the athletes themselves for years have been talking about, what would we do if we had a chance to do it ourselves? How would we design a competition? And now we're seeing it. And man, is it cool to see what they've been thinking about all those years.
Yeah, absolutely. They went into the science room and just whipped up some crazy science there. And this is really cool. I think progression, though, the name of the game, this is something that I've been covering snowboarding since '92. And the tricks and what they're able to do, the snowboards, the technology, it just every year it gets a little bit more. And when you think, okay, it's capped, there's no way they're going further, someone drops a 2350 or something.
Well, yeah, it's not going to stop. That's the thing, is like the progression will never stop. And, you know, with the tools at these young athletes' disposal now, with, you know, the airbags and training facilities, the equipment, the pipes are bigger. You know, people like Frank Wells who cut the pipe, they really take a lot of pride in it. And so all of these add up to just making progression continue and continue. And yeah, at those moments, I'm like, when does it stop? It's not going to.
Well, our guy Chris, he's been around the block. He's been around this sport for a long, long time, and he knows very well how it has progressed. Chris, what is top of mind for you when you think about what we're talking about here?
Well, there's a couple things that come to mind here. First, airbags. These riders, these athletes, they're able to do big tricks, land on their head until they dial them in. The other thing that these Japanese riders have is an indoor half pipe. So they're able to train year round, 365. They get their reps up, they can do their big tricks. One other thing we haven't talked about here is the fact that these snowboards are like a well-tuned Ferrari. We're talking sharp edges, we're talking stiff board, perfect wax job, unlike any civilians like us would have fun on. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, I like the Ferrari, man. He told me that, or I said, man, I like that. I like that description right there. It's all about that speed. And the airbag, it really has changed everything. You guys were talking about when it first was introduced, and you just continue to go bigger and bigger and bigger with these tricks. You need some kind of safety in the mix to be able to get that big, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to just go throw yourself into this half pipe, this icy half pipe, and throw these doubles and triples. No, you need those training facilities, and there's more and more of them. And I live by one in Park City, and that parking lot is packed every day.
Okay, women's Final Four. We're now getting down to it. As we head into this, what will you be watching?
I think it's going to be Maddie Mastro setting the tone. Does she come out on run number one and put something down? Does she go to her biggest trick, a double crippler? And how do the Japanese athletes respond?
Maddie Mastro, she set the tone on day number one, on qualifying day with that opening run. Maddie Mastro, for you too, what are you watching?
Well, I'm going to watch for Gaun Choi. You know, she's coming out in that first semifinal. She's going up against Sena Tomita, but Gaun Choi has a lot of switch tricks. She has a lot of, I guess, more of the technical side of tricks, but can she land them and still be smart and strategic to move on to the finals?
How will they use either side of that wall? A big question as we go along. The knockout final round continues from Aspen. Well, what a day here at the Snow League. The energy on Buttermilk Mountain is unreal. And for everyone here, the experience in Aspen goes far beyond the competition. It all started with an unforgettable welcome party at St. Regis Aspen, setting the stage for an incredible weekend. And if you want to get in on the action like we have, our partners at Marriott Bonvoy give you access to Snow League experiences that you can't find anywhere else, like hitting the slopes with Shaun White or VIP views at our biggest events.
And we have already seen some fantastic riding earlier today here at the Snow League in the quarterfinals, both the men's and the women's. But now we move over to the women's halfpipe semifinals. And what a list of athletes that we have that have made it all the way to this point. We are going to start out with Heat 1. It is Japan's Sena Tomita going up against South Korea's Gaon Choi. And then Heat number 2, it's Mitsuki Ono going up against that number 1 seed, American Maddie Mastro.
And I think during the break in your show, y'all did a wonderful job. I think Todd said it very well. What is Maddie Mastro going to do? Is she going to come out and establish dominance, or is she going to leave the door open for the rest of the field?
Yeah, so that will come up in Heat number 2. That will be Maddie Mastro against Mitsuki Ono. But we are going to start with the matchup number 1 here in this semifinals. Sena Tomita up against Gaon Choi. And a lot of people leading up to this event were putting their money on Gaon Choi. She has come up over the last couple years and is just a strong, powerful, technical rider. But there's a strategy that comes into play. You only need to beat your other competitor in this head-to-head format.
That's right, and here we see Sena Tomita, the 3 seed. She will be dropping first. The higher seed has the advantage and drops second. That will be Gaon Choi. But I think you said it great, Tina. Gaon Choi, the technicality is really what's going to set her apart here in Heat number 1 of semifinals.
So Sena Tomita dropping in, run number 1.
Sena Tomita kicking things off. Front side 900. Into the backside 540. Front side 720. Really good amplitude. Into the cap 720. And a front side 540. Gonna sneak in one more hit. Backside air grabbing method. Really solid run from Sena Tomita.
Yeah, that was a fantastic start. It was clean from top to bottom, and that's a run that we have seen from her before in other competitions. So that would probably be one of her more powerful runs that she dropped in on the side that she is more comfortable with. So now she'll have to go back up in that run too and drop in on the other side, but a great start for the rider from Japan.
And big amplitude on that entire run from Sena Tomita. She was going huge, really setting the bar high here in women's semifinals.
Yeah, and adding that style as well, you can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that green. When you see that green, it means good.
There's that front side 540 Stalefish. This is going to be a bit of a bar setter score when those scores do come in after Gaon Choi drops in for her first run in Heat 1. A quick reminder, as we're looking at Shaun White, the founder of Snow League. He's right behind Gaon Choi. The riders do still have to drop in on each wall for each run, different wall for each run.
Absolutely. So now Gaon Choi drops in for her first run, and she starts out with that switch backside rotation.
Yeah, and this is where that technicality comes into play. That was ridiculous. Front side 1080 from Gaon Choi, so she was definitely sitting on that one.
Yeah, that was a new trick for her that we have yet to see here at the Snow League. So she came out blazing in that first run. So the scores will come down shortly. We'll see who will take the first run. But what a start for Gaon Choi.
Yeah, there's that switch backside 900 from Gaon Choi. That is exactly why she's our 2 seed. She does grab a little bit late on that, but that's because she initiates the spin and puts so much behind it. And there's that front side 1080. Puts it down super clean.
we'll await that score to come in for run one head-to-head.
Connor, as we wait
matchup
for these
here.
scores, I'm interested to see how the judges look at the number of tricks that these riders do.
Tina, that is exactly what I was thinking as well. We got Sena Tomita getting those 6 hits in, with Gaon Choi getting 4 hits in, and it looks like the judges are going to go with those 4 hits just on the technicality alone. The difficulty of that switchback 9 and the frontside 1080 overtook the amount of hits that Sena Tomita had.
Yeah, thank you so much. Such a good point, because sometimes you look at these half-pipe runs and you're like, well, they got 5 hits, 6 hits, 7 hits, but they're looking for that technicality and that execution. All right, on to heat number 2. We are going to start with Japan's Mitsuki Ono versus American Maddie Mastro. And the question here that we've all been asking when it comes to Maddie, will she do that double crippler on the first hit? Yet to see, but Mitsuki Ono, she had to go through last chance qualifiers. She's had a lot of time in this half pipe. How is her endurance holding up?
That's what we're going to find out. And the big question here is Mitsuki Ono going to put Maddie Mastro in the passenger seat? Maddie Mastro has been in the driver's seat this entire event, all day yesterday, so far today. Let's see what Mitsuki Ono has in store. Backside 540 to start things off. Into the front side, 1080. Cap 720. So we're starting to see some 1080s in the women's field here, frontside 900 into the backside air. So what that's telling me, Mitsuki Ono, shots fired. She just told Maddie Mastro, you're going to have to get a little uncomfortable here in run 1.
Yeah, she's like, hey, wait, I got this trick. It's called the 1080, and I'm going to do it here in this run. So yeah, I know everyone's been talking about your double crippler, but wait, I want a chance to win this too. And that's exactly what Mitsuki Ono just did there.
And there it is, frontside 1080 tail grab. You see the green on that 8 feet 2 inches. The judges really like that one. Here's the thing though, Maddie Mastro has a 1080, but it's a double cork. Just throwing it out there. So very interested to see how Maddie Mastro responds.
So run number 1 for this heat 2 in the semifinals of the women's competition. We will wait for scores until Maddie Mastro takes her first run.
Maddie's going to be dropping on her front side wall. That is the left wall. Double crippler.
So the double crippler, that is what we are looking for here on this first hit.
Yeah, it's usually her go-to in her quote-unquote finals run. And this semifinal definitely has a final feel to it.
As Mitsuki Ono looks on.
We can practice up again. Have fun.
And Maddie Mastro dropping in.
Okay, will we see the double crippler? Will we see the double cork 1080? There it is, 1, 2, stomped. Maddie Mastro still in control. Backside 540 to follow up that double crippler into the frontside 540. This just goes back, Tina, to what she was saying. She trusts her body, she trusts her tricks.
Yeah, all the hard work, all the training was done before this competition. And that double crippler that she started with was landed perfectly.
Yeah, she answered back. I mean, she knows it. That was a clean run. In a, comparison to her and Mitsuki's run, I'd have to give it to Maddie, but again, that's up to the judges as we take a look at the replay. This is what everybody came here to see, the double crippler from Maddie Mastro. Fun fact, I was actually shooting photos of her, and I shot the first sequence of the first time she ever landed this trick.
I want to see that.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. It was a very, very special moment. So to see her do it, first hit in a competition run is really a full circle moment.
Yeah, she used to do that near the bottom, and then she changed and moved it towards the top, which just adds so much more difficulty. But what a statement that she made right here in the first run of the semifinals, heat number 2, as we wait for the judges' scores.
I love the way she does that hawk and flip. It's all in the initiation, that first shoulder dip.
So we will see see what the judges think here. Who's going to take the advantage going up into run number 2? Awaiting those scores. Head-to-head matchup, run 1. Maddie versus Mitsuki.
Those moments of waiting.
The suspense builds.
The drama builds here at Snow League as we await these scores. And it's going to be Maddie Mastro, 88.75 versus 88.2. By a quarter of a point.
0.2 of a point difference.
Wow, so close.
That was so incredibly close. I mean, that just says that Maddie Mastro had to do that double crippler at the top. Had she done a single crippler, you know, there's questions, would that have even counted? Hey, Connor, what are the judges saying about both of those runs?
Tina, they really liked both of those runs. What it came down to, I think, was the execution for Maddie Mastro along with her amplitude. Mitsuki Ono going a little bit smaller, but still had a very, very difficult run, so that's why those scores were so close.
Yeah, both phenomenal runs from both athletes. All right, moving back up to the top. This is heat number 1, and it's Gaon Choi with run 2.
So Gaon Choi coming in switch. Going for the switch 9 into the switch backside 9. Into the cab 720. Gaon Choi is bringing it today. Jersey number 77. Come on. Sitting on a first run score of 88.2 to Sena Tomita's 81.7. She is in the lead right now in run 2. 5 hits, 10 feet 3 inches out of the pipe.
And she's adding another hit there. In the past, we've seen her just do 4 hits, so she's added another hit to that already technical run.
There's the switch frontside 900. Getting a hold of that board toward the end of the trick there. And then we talk about difficulty. She comboed that with a switch backside 9. There's the frontside 720. So very similar to her first run. I think she's trying to keep it the same, see how Sena Tomita responds, and if she can push it to a third tiebreaker run.
Otherwise, every other hit on that run.
So again, we're waiting for the scores after Sena Tomita takes her second run. But Gaon Choi just made another big statement with that performance. All right, Sena Tomita, 25 years old. She is very capable of answering back to Gaon Choi's run right there.
All right, so Sena Tomita dropping in to that right wall. Big backside air to kick things off. Setting up to spin frontside. There is the frontside 1080 into the cab 720. And the frontside 900. So a 7, a 9, a 10, and there's a backside 540. And a frontside 540, so getting the most out of her second run. She seems very, very pleased with that one.
This is going to be really close. So right now, Gaon Choi is your current leader in this matchup. So can Sena Tomita, with that run, push it to 3 runs? As they wait for the scores, look at the replays of that frontside 1080.
That was a thing of beauty right there. Got the grab, the amplitude was there, full rotation. The judges seemed to like the execution. She landed high on the wall. There's that backside 540. Sena looking to improve upon her first run score of 81.75 to try to force a tiebreaker.
Choi on the first run got the best of Sena Tomita. Best 2 out of 3 is the format here in the head-to-head. So will they have to go to a tiebreaker?
And there it is.
And it looks like
it will be Sena Tomita that takes that second run. and will force a tiebreaker, so we will see a third run between Sena Tomita and Gaon Choi. That was close. When I saw that run, I was like, this is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I think it was the 1080 that did it. You saw the execution of it. The judges seemed to like it. I think that's what put her over the top, and that's going to be our first tiebreaker run of the day.
All right, go back up to the top. Maddie Mastro, she has the advantage going into this second run as she prepares for this with her coach. So much strategy goes into these runs, more so than we have seen in previous half-pipe contests.
One hit at a time, one trick at a time. It's just snowboarding, guys. It's not that serious.
The finest kids, they travel the world competing against each other.
I'm forced to make it feel out of control. You can do this.
Very interested to see what Maddie Mastro does, because right now she is in the lead, but she does not know what Mitsuki Ono is going to do. So does she put it all on the line and really drive a nail in that coffin, or does she leave the door open for Mitsuki Ono?
No, she wants to secure this. She wants to secure this, and we've talked about this throughout the contest today, is her mindset. She just seems to be in such a great place, really enjoying herself, taking it run by run, trick by trick, and that's when she performs the best.
And usually, Maddie drops in on that left wall and throws out the double crippler on the first hit. So what is this run going to look like as she drops into a backside wall with this new format?
US team member starts off the backside
900.
900, gets that around.
Into the crippler, losing a little bit of amplitude there, backside 540. This is where the strategy comes into play with this new format. Frontside 720 into the hawk and flip. She stomps it. So Maddie Mastro has to be pleased with putting that one on her feet.
So now Maddie will sit and wait. 5 hits in that run, starting out with a backside spin. She seems happy with that one.
You can definitely tell, though, that Maddie starting on that wall was a little bit outside of her normal comfort zone.
Absolutely. She didn't go as big on this backside 900 as she does on that double crippler on the other side of the wall. It's the run that we don't see from her that often in competition. So forcing her to do something new, do something different. But that's snowboarding. That's almost what makes it so great, that these riders do have such a deep bag of tricks, and now they have the opportunity to put them on display.
And a lot of times for these athletes, that first hit of their main run is the tone setter. So without that double crippler, you're not really feeling the rhythm like you normally do.
All right, so now it's Mitsuki Ono's turn to see what she can do here and if she will force a third run.
To the finals or over to the Consolation round, our third place matchup.
And if you're Mitsuki Ono right now, this is a no fall zone. Starting things off on her front side wall. Front side 900, that was big. Into the backside 540, 11 feet out of the pipe on that first hit. There's a front side 720. Cab 900, and she can't hold on. Normally, that's a cab 7. She took it to 9. She put it all on the line. It did not quite pan out for her.
Especially with the first hit on that. That first spin was so big.
So we will check out the replay here. Talking about that tone setter, I don't know how you set a better tone than that right there. An 11-foot front side 900 tail grab.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, when I saw that, I kind of thought to myself, hey, we might be going to a third run here.
I thought the same thing.
And here's that switch frontside 900 taking off switch, and watch how blind this landing is. You can't see anything till boom right there. and she was just a little short on the rotation, and she washed out on her toe edge.
So as we wait for scores between Mitsuki Ono and Maddie Mastro, has Maddie Mastro secured a spot in the finals? Yes, she has. Those two scores, 88.7 and an 81, and we will see American Maddie Mastro in the finals. And you can see she is down there now with Chris.
Maddie, congrats. You're moving on to the finals. What's your plan heading to this final?
Oh my God, I don't know again. I think I'm just gonna try to piece together those two runs, and I don't really know. I'm excited to play around in finals.
Good luck. We're looking forward to it.
And the strategy for Maddie Mastro, taking it run by run, heat by heat, has been so effective for her. We will see her in the finals. Who she will be going up against is determined now as Sena Tomita and Gaon Choi take their third run here in the semifinal heat.
And look at those numbers. 81.7, 91.5, 88.2, 87.2.
Yeah, so Sena Tomita will drop first. So this gives Gaon Choi an opportunity to see what she does. Gaon Choi was a higher seed, so that allows her to sit up at the top, see what her competitor does, and really strategize based on that.
Yeah, you're totally right. I think Gaon Choi does have the advantage in this third and final run, but it is Sena Tomita's time. She won the second run. Can she take the third? Front side 1080 into the cab 720. Front side 540. She is landing really high on that wall, keeping speed super well. That is boosting her amplitude. Backside 540 into the front side 900. This heat is ridiculous.
If you want to see a competition, well, we're seeing it right now. Sena Tomita just sent a message to her competitor that, no, I want to go to the finals. Starting out with that first hit especially.
We got Connor Manning. Connor, we are seeing some really high numbers in the 80s and 90s in this round between Sena Tomita and Gaon Choi. What's going on in the judges' booth?
The judges are loving that run right there. Absolutely perfect execution. The epitome of the Japanese precision in this pipe right now, and they're really looking at that. I would expect this to be a pretty high score.
Yeah, look at that front side 1080 tail grab right there. Setting things off. There's a front side 900. Yeah, Sena Tomita, I mean, she just posted a 91.5. There hasn't, in this heat between Sena and Gaon Choi, there has not been a score lower than 81.
So we still have to wait for Sena's score from that run until her competitor Gaon Choi is done. But Gaon Choi has the pressure put on her now, because that run that her competitor Sena Tomita put together was phenomenal.
She is a regular footed rider, dropping in switch. This is where the technicality comes into play. Switch front side 900 into the switch back 9 into the cab 720. Into the front side 1080, she missed the grab and could not quite put it down. You can see the heartache, but the crowd showing the love. I think this one's gonna have to go to Sena Tomita.
Yeah, but Gaon Choi had to do that. She knew she had to pull out all the stops, absolutely.
I want to have a chance of winning this tiebreaker, this third run between these two amazing athletes.
That is heartbreak, but respect for one another between the competitors. As Sena Tomita and Gaon Choi wait for the scores to come in.
Well, you know what I like about this format? It has forced these riders to pull out everything, all the difficult tricks. And we saw that with Gaon Choi dropping in switch and then having to do those bigger rotations we haven't seen here at the bottom.
I mean, the cab 9 to switch back 9 to front 10. That is such a wild combo of a run.
But the format made it so where she had to do that. She was forced to do that 1080. So it's not quite official yet. We'll see the scores. And there you go. It will be Sena Tomita moving on to the finals, and we will see her match up against American Maddie Mastro, but we will also see Gaon Choi move on to that third place match. And right now, Naoko, take it away.
All right, Sena Tomita showing how to get it done with her third run, pushing this one to the tiebreaker. 素晴らしい3番目のランを見せてくれました。何を思ってたか教えてください。
いやもうここまで来たら本当に自分の滑りをしっかりやるしかないと思ってたので、はい、それがしっかりできてよかったです。
She's so happy that she was able to put such a good third run together. You know, she told herself, I got here, so I gotta now show my stuff. どうもありがとうございます。頑張ってください。
And she absolutely showed us her stuff plus more. Looking forward to seeing that final match with Sena Tomita up against American Maddie Mastro. That will be coming up shortly. But we also have the Consolation heat with Gaon Choi and Mitsuki Ono. Looking forward to that one. But again, that final, Sena Tomita and Maddie Mastro. What can we expect with that, T-Bird?
I mean, that one's going to be a barn burner, and I got to give it to Sena Tomita. Her back against the wall, she posted a 91.5 and a 93. The 93 was the highest score we've seen today.
Yeah, some impressive riding already, but the finals still to come here in the women's competition at Snow League. We'll be back shortly.
Well, the women's finals are set. Sena Tomita and Maddie Mastro, the American, set to compete in the finals. The third place matchup will be headed your way next. That's Gaon Choi as well as Mitsuki Ono. So back in Aspen, we are on finals day and the pipe is heating up. So how do we see the one-on-one format push the competitors?
They have to pull out everything. We just saw that with Gaon Choi right there. I mean, her runs are so technical.
Yeah.
She drops in going switch, like back-to-back nines, but switch. And then she was forced to even add more difficulty at the bottom with the 1080. She wasn't allowed to stick with her normal run, which is already difficult. She had to take it another step further.
Yeah, I feel like in a traditional halfpipe contest that don't play by these rules here in Snow League, it's skill that'll win it. It's one run that you do over and over and over, all the way through qualifying to finals. Here, it's a perfect blend of strategy mixed with skill.
Yeah, and someone like Sena Tomita, I want to talk about her going up against Gaon Choi. She's a really consistent athlete when it comes to halfpipe competition, and it's paying off for her here.
So T-Bird, for you, who looked the most comfortable going on both sides of the wall?
I'm going to say Sena Tomita. She really surprised me there in a good way. Her back was against the wall and she stepped up. She was sitting on a first run score of 81.7 and she went to post 2 scores in the 90s.
Yeah. She's rising at the right moment, basically. All right, so we are going to move to the top right now. This is the third place heat. Let's take a look at these athletes. Both phenomenal. We've seen some fantastic runs from both of them. It is Gaon Choi from South Korea against Mitsuki Ono from Japan. And as we have seen from previous runs, they are pulling out all the stops. Only one of them will get on the podium.
Mitsuki Ono, the 5 seed, starting things off with a frontside 900. She dropped on the left wall into the backside 540. And a big old frontside 720. So Mitsuki Ono looks like she's not pulling out the 10. There is the cab 9, but unable to put it down. The cab 9 is such a tough trick in the pipe. You're taking off switch, you're landing switch. Most of it is blind, and it comes down to pinpoint precision on where you land on that wall.
And like we said, we're going to be moving straight through.
Yeah, so Mitsuki Ono, that is run 1 for her here in the third place heat, starting off very strong with this 900 tail grab. It's in the green.
Yeah, she was looking very strong on these first couple hits. This is where it went wrong. Switch frontside 900. Watch how blind this is. Her back to the wall, and you don't see the landing until the very last 90 degrees.
Yeah, that's a trick. You just have to stay so centered over your board. So now Mitsuki Ono will sit and wait. The scores won't be posted till after Gaon Choi takes her first run.
And I kind of feel like she left the door open here for Gaon Choi. Gaon Choi is going to be dropping in switch. This right here is one of the most impressive combos in halfpipe riding. There is the cab 900. Here comes the switch backside 900. Both of them stomped. Good amplitude, cab 720. There's the frontside 1080 from Gaon Choi. She knows it, the crowd knows it, and unfortunately I think Mitsuki Ono also knows it.
And that's the trick that she needed to land earlier in that semifinals, but she gets it here. She wants to finish on the podium. That message was just sent. Again, only 4 hits for Gaon Choi, but she didn't necessarily even need to do that much difficulty.
All right, this combo right here, switch frontside 9 to switch backside 9. Connor Manning, what are the judges saying about such a technical combo so high up in Gaon Choi's run?
There was an audible wow at the end of that run when she landed the 10. The difficulty of going switch to switch on 2 9s at the top of the run, and then a mellow setup of a 720 truck driver into that frontside 1080. You know, it's just casual.
Yeah, the mellow setup of the 720, that's just your setup trick. 2 9s that are switch and a frontside 1080 for Gaon Choi.
So scores coming in. I think this will go to Gaon Choi. However, you know, this is our first look at where the judges are scoring things. 93.7.
And there is another score here in the 90s, a 93.7. A big statement there from Gaon Choi. And now we move up to the top of the pipe for the women's final, run number 1. This is Sena Tomita versus Maddie Mastro. So Maddie Mastro is your number 1 seed. She's been riding phenomenal all day, but just recently we have seen some very high scores, scoring in the 90s from Sena Tomita, so she has got to be feeling a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence as she will be the first rider to drop here.
Momentum is the key word. I feel like Sena Tomita in that last heat kicked it into a different gear, and she's rising and gaining momentum at the right time.
You know what is cool about this too, T-Bird, is she just put down just a hammer of a run. And then she's going back up. Yeah, endurance is key here, but also just that momentum too. Like, how often do you get to see these riders put together these types of difficult runs back to back to back to back? You never get to see that.
And the most important thing about Sena Tomita to me right now is this is pressure cooker time. This is the final of Snow League. There's a huge frontside 1080 into a cab 720. Look at the amplitude from Sena Tomita, frontside 540. There's a backside 540. What does she have for her final hit at the bottom of the pipe? Frontside 9, and she's not gonna squeak in another one. When I called final hit, I said to myself, she's gonna get one more in, but she toned it down. She said, I'm gonna stick with that and see how Maddie Mastro responds.
But what a statement there for Sena Tomita on that first run. 5 hits, close to 11 feet out of the half pipe.
And here we check out the replay, kicking things off with a gigantic frontside 1080 tail grab. Spotner landing all the way around. This is why Sena Tomita qualified yesterday as the 3 seed. However, the woman dropping behind her is the 1 seed in Maddie Mastro. There's a backside 540. And then she caps off her run with a frontside 900.
So now, the number 1 seed, Maddie Mastro, has just seen what her competitor put down. And if there was any question whether she needed the double crippler, I would say she absolutely does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to see Maddie drop on that left wall. That's her front side. She's going to be hitting her front side wall, and I think we will see the double crippler.
Come on, you got this, man.
Ice cold, I can fucking do this.
You know, T-Bird, we talked earlier about she's got that double 1080. Is it time to pull that out?
It's a very good question. She does have both of those tricks. I think she's setting up for the double crippler. Will she work in the double cork in this run?
What does she have on now?
And it's Mastro with her first run here in the finals at Snow League.
Here we go, women's final for all the marbles. There it is, 1, 2, stop the double crippler into the backside 900. Front side 540, really good tweak on that grab. Into the backside 540.
The backpack 540 combination.
And then the front side 720. Maddie's gonna get one more in. That is a really good run from Maddie Mastro. She did not need to reach into that bag and pull out the double cork. She's gonna see where the judges put that, if that's gonna give her the advantage going into run 2 of the final. As we check out the replay.
Crippler. First time she unveiled that was at
Well, and Mastro had to pull out all the stops here, especially with the beginning and this double crippler. Hey, Connor, what is the perspective from the judges on these 2 runs?
They are talking a whole bunch about where they want to be. Maddie with a very good execution throughout, perfect on that double crippler. The one thing that may hurt her is the difficulty with only the switch frontside 360 at the bottom. We'll see where they put it, but this one's gonna be close.
Hey Connor, where are they setting ranges for finals? Are they not scared to put something up in the 90s if need be because it's the final?
Yeah, so the range, where they're gonna put these riders and where these scores are gonna be, they're kind of staying in the same area they have been for the entire competition, but knowing that they have plenty of space to go up and down, whether or not the riders land or do better than the other rider.
Okay, scores coming in. We'll see exactly where the judges place both of those riders.
If you were to ask me who I think's got it on this first run out,
yeah, and a lot of deliberation, especially on those runs here in the finals.
Seeing the score from Kawamoto Mitsuki, those are not Maddie and Sena's scores right there.
And the score's coming in at that 91.25, so Sena Tomita with the advantage, taking it there on run 1. Mastro scored at 85.5.
Did you hear the scores?
Not quite enough.
Did you hear scores?
But we will have that second run.
So still waiting to get just confirmation on those scores.
Yeah, it's weird.
Can you ask for a score? Is it possible?
I only have the broadcast truck. There's no judges.
So it's an 85 for Mastro and a 92 for Sena Tomita on that first run. So that run will go to Tomita.
Wow. Okay, so for the first time, Maddie Mastro is not in the driver's seat going into run 2 of the final.
So she'll have to go back up and she can force it. She can force a run number 3. But we're gonna move on to the 3rd place heat. And it will be Mitsuki Ono who drops first.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, so we got Gaon Choi and Mitsuki Ono.
And it is Gaon
dropping
Choi.
in.
Yeah, you're looking at Gaon Choi right now.
Okay, so jersey number 77.
Mitsuki Ono
Gown Choi dropping in, yes, for her second run here in heat number 3.
Coming in, switch, backside 900. Sticking to that same run into the cab 7.
Into the cab 720, now coming in forward
and
here.
There's the front side 1080.
Coming in switching to this hit with the cab.
All right, so Gown Choi definitely switching her run up, ending things with a slash. She's currently in the lead, posting a first run score of 93.7 to Mitsuki Ono's first run score of 43.25. So definitely feeling a little comfortable there, easing off the gas pedal and seeing how Mitsuki Ono responds.
So Gown Choi was the leader as she headed into this run. Really wanted to seal the deal and finish up on the podium.
And there's her final hit right there, trying to lock in 3rd place and really just putting the pressure on Mitsuki Ono to see if Mitsuki Ono can force a 3rd tiebreaker run.
Oh, Kyle, that old school, but.
So we will wait to get those scores after Mitsuki Ono takes her second run here. Again, this is the 3rd place heat in the women's competition here at Snow League, event number 1 in the inaugural season. And now you are looking at Mitsuki Ono as she takes for her run 2. Can she force a 3rd run?
Hitting her backside wall first. Starting things off with a backside 540.
Her back is against the wall.
Into a frontside 1080 and just not enough airtime to get it all the way around.
Unofficially speaking.
So we will wait for the official scores, but right now it is looking like your 3rd place winner will be Gown Choi. As you are looking at Mitsuki Ono right now finishing off her second run. Both athletes respect each other. They've been pushing each other throughout the entire day, and I have to say we have seen some phenomenal riding from both athletes.
And Gown Choi, the 2 seed. And here you're looking at Mitsuki Ono going for that front side 1080. And she just, with the heel edge on the tail of her snowboard, clipped the deck. Not quite enough airtime, could not get it all the way around. And 16-year-old Gown Choi is going to take 3rd place here at Snow League.
So the podium is now starting to fill out as Gown Choi from South Korea will take the 3rd place spot.
We tried a little bit. A little bit?
What a phenomenal performance she put on throughout this competition. She had a hard fall earlier on, now finishing up on the podium. Naoko, take it away.
Okay, we're going to try this pretty simply because Gown Choi's English is a little bit limited, but how was your experience here today?
I'm so happy this first Snow League. So pipe is really good today and weather is so good. But a little bit backside were a little slushy, but I'm so happy. Third.
Well, congratulations. Listen, your English is actually very good. I don't know what you're being so humble about. What was it like to go through this weekend in a completely different new format?
I don't know yet.
Okay, well, congratulations on a 3rd place finish. Go celebrate with your family.
Thank you.
What a great showing that she had. There she is. Her family is out here with her. She is the 3rd child of 4. Her dad taught her how to snowboard, taught her entire family how to snowboard, saw the talent in this young lady and helped her pursue her dreams. And now Gown Choi is out here at Snow League, finishing up in that 3rd place spot on the podium. But we still have 2 more spots to award, and that is 2nd and 1st place. And we are going to get back to the top for the finals. This is run number 2. Sena Tomita, Maddie Mastro. The current leader right now is Sena Tomita, so she will drop first in this 2nd run here in the finals at the first Snow League event of this season.
And right now it's all about momentum for Sena Tomita. She's been the only woman here that has wrestled it away from Maddie Mastro. Maddie Mastro has been in control since yesterday morning. Right now, there's no question, it's Sena Tomita in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's put together some of her best runs here in these semifinals and now finals.
So dropping in on her backside wall for run 2. This is Sena Tomita starting things off with a big backside air. Will we see the front side 1080? We will, but she goes down having the same problem as Mitsuki Ono on the same wall.
So that opens the door now for Mastro to come in and win this second run and force 3 runs here in the finals. I want to see it. I want to see 3 runs.
What's interesting now is, Sena Tomita just went down on her second hit. So Maddie does not need to do a lot to win this run and then force it to a tiebreaker. She can definitely take it a little bit easy as we see what went wrong here for Sena Tomita. The pop looked good, the speed looked good, maybe just not quite enough amplitude. Almost the exact same thing we just saw with Mitsuki Ono.
We talked about the endurance throughout this competition, and now, they've been riding
to get to the bottom of the pipe.
a lot. All right, so what this does is Maddie Mastro now has the door opened for her. As she stands at the top, she just needs to put a couple tricks down.
And remember, if this were a traditional contest that wasn't going by these Snow League rules of dropping in on both walls, there's no doubt Maddie would be dropping on the other wall.
Have fun.
Keeping it light, keeping it carefree, going back to that ethos that Maddie's been saying this entire season. Trust your mind, trust your body, trust your tricks.
Run by run, trick by trick. So what this is telling me, T-Bird, is she's warming up. She's still visualizing. She's still getting that shoulder movement.
And Sena Tomita just has to sit down there and watch and wait for those scores to come in.
Probably going over in her head, what went wrong? How do I fix that? So now we just need to see Maddie Mastro put together a run to force this final competition to 3 runs.
And here she goes. Women's final here at Snow League, run 2. Maddie Mastro, the #1 seed, coming into the final. Backside 900 from Maddie Mastro, starting things off very well into the front side 540, into the backside 5. Front side 720. Okay, she's doing everything right now. There's the hawk and flip. She's gonna sneak one more in, frontside 540. Maddie Mastro did exactly what needed to be done to win this run and force a 3rd.
And here's the key. We're gonna watch the replays, but here's the key. She is the #1 seed, and we talked earlier how important it was to be the #1 seed, especially in a situation like this. So Maddie Mastro came into this. She needed to land at least these first couple tricks, get a big score under her belt to force a 3rd run, and started off with that backside 900.
And that right there, she could have done that 5, but she chose to go 9.
You almost need to just stay in that competitive high level. But the #1 seed, as they take their 3rd runs, will go last. So she now will have the opportunity to watch and see what her competitor does and react.
And she can also react by dropping into frontside as her first hit with the double crippler. So the main thing here that I've kind of taken away from this is if you're one of these competitors, one of these athletes, don't think too far in advance. Keep it run to run, trick to trick.
Yep.
It's literally going to come down.
And that's been so key for Mastro throughout this competition. All right, so the women's final here at Snow League is forced to a 3rd and final run. We will know shortly who will take the win here at the Women's Halfpipe Final. We'll be back shortly.
It is getting good. We are on to the third and final run of the women's finals. Sena Tomita as well as Maddie Mastro going at it. Jack Collinsworth, Tina Dixon, T-Bird with you. I'm curious about being the #1 overall seed, though. How key is that for Maddie Mastro in the ability now to go last in this third run?
Well, and you're seeing what this new format, this suspense that it breeds, right? Sena Tomita took control of this event, this final, in run 1 by posting a score of 95. Maddie came in at 92. Maddie came in at 85, and then all of a sudden on run 2, Maddie in one run took all of that control back. Now she gets a drop in second on her comfortable wall, and she can start off her run with that double crippler.
Yeah, we talked throughout the competition just how important it was to be that #1 seed, because you have the power. And you never know if it's really going to come into play in these, final runs. And this is the perfect example of where she clearly has the advantage going into this third and final run.
So T-Bird, what are you talking with your coach about at this point in the competition?
We've actually had these riders mic'd up. We've been hearing her coach, Danny Cass, talking with her, Maddie Mastro. She's just keeping it light, keeping it easy, keeping it fun. She keeps saying this is just snowboarding. Yeah. It's not that serious. And that's the mindset that Maddie needs to take into this third and final run.
That's when she performs the best. When she is just lighthearted, having fun and enjoying it. And this year, I really have seen such a change in her competitive attitude, and it's been paying off for her. It's been paying a lot of dividends. And we can see if it'll pay off for her here in this third and final run.
What's the strategy? What's the run design to leave here a champion if you're Mastro?
I think if you're Maddie Mastro, you got to throw the double crippler. She's probably going to do it on her first hit. Will she do the double cork on top of it to really put the cherry on top of this thing? Time will tell. But she does have the benefit of watching Sena Tomita drop in, and then she gets the ability to respond. So she can kind of adjust her level of intensity and decide what it's going to take for her to win.
So Connor, take me to the other side of this with Tomita. What should Tomita's strategy be going first in this final?
I think she just really needs to stick with what she had been doing in her first run and through semifinals as well. She was executing everything well, doing it at about 10 feet above the lip. If she can repeat that execution and that amplitude with the difficulty of tricks that she had, she stands a really, really good chance of really putting Maddie under the gun.
Yeah, because lest we forget, Sena Tomita's first run was a 92. That has been the highest score of this entire heat. So if she can replicate run 1, she's really going to put the pressure on Maddie Mastro.
Yeah, but in this case, I think if Maddie was the first rider to drop, then you really start to think about, like, do I do the double crippler? Do I do the double 1080? Well, now she does have the luxury to sit back, see what Tomita does, and react. All right, here we go, the third and final run for the women's halfpipe final here at Snow League. It is Sena Tomita that will be dropping first, and then Maddie Mastro will get the luxury to sit and watch what she does and react and put her run down.
And the big trick here for Sena Tomita is land that front 10. If you're going to throw the front 10, she had trouble with it on her last run. That's why she came in with a score of 10. Her first run score was 92. She's going to try to replicate that and put the pressure on Maddie Mastro for the final run.
And Tomita's one of the most consistent riders. One of the most consistent athletes out here, so.
Yeah, two-time Olympian. She's been in the pressure cooker before. The same can be said for Maddie Mastro. This is really shaping up to be an incredible final run. So Sena Tomita starting things off on her front side wall. There's that front side 1080. She puts it down. Let's see how the rest of her run goes. Cab 7. Under-rotated just a little bit into the front side at 540. And there's the backside 5. What's she gonna do here? Front side 900. And then a backside air. This officially just got real.
Yeah, and Sena Tomita did everything that she needed to do in that run.
And we don't get to see the score. Maddie Mastro doesn't get to see the score. She just has to speculate where the judges will put that.
You look at that, you're like, she did this many hits, she went this high, these were her rotations, and she started off, you said how important this frontside 1080 was for Tomita. She landed it, set the tone for the rest of her run.
I knew it as soon as she left the lip. You can just tell, she had the speed, she got the grab, the full rotation comes around, she got good eyes on the landing and was on to the next wall. There's the switch frontside 720. She does miss the grab. Again, those are things that are pretty hard to see in real time because they're going so fast and so high. But these slow motion replays, these are what the judges are poring over right now because the numbers that accompany this run are for all the marbles.
And again, we've talked about this before, how important every trick is, how important every grab is, and this is a scenario where it becomes more true than ever.
Leave no points on the table, especially when Maddie Mastro is dropping in to her frontside wall.
Good.
So now it's Mastro's turn.
It's just snowboarding. It's not that serious. This is just snowboarding. Not that serious. Have fun. It's exactly what she wants to manipulate your thoughts. 1, 2, catch, backward, snap, grab, pull, stomp. 5, 7, light. Legs from one, stomp. I can fucking do this. What she is!
Mastro, ready to drop in.
Don't give a shit.
For this third run.
And you could hear her walking through the progressions of that run. She basically told us, we will see the double crippler.
I can do this. Have fun.
And here she goes.
This is it. The final run here in women's finals. Maddie Mastro, here comes the double crippler. 1, 2, stomp. Coming into her first backside wall. Backside 900. Look at the amplitude meter. Front side 5 stale fish. Into the backside 5 stale fish. Front side 720. Here comes the hawk and flip. It all comes down to this. That will dictate the final Maddie Mastro, the maestro, putting it down.
This is going to be close.
Oh, the crowd is loving it. We're waiting for those scores to come in.
Hey, Connor. I mean, we are biting our nails. What are the judges doing right now?
Like T-Bird said, they are watching on repeat that last hit for Maddie Mastro, seeing how much of a butt check she actually had on there, and then it's going to be down to them weighing, was what she did up at the top with the double crippler in the 9 enough to take over Sena's run, who also had some poor execution on some of her tricks. So this is going to come down to the wire. It's going to be real close.
Yeah, and this is for all the marbles. Make no mistake about it. There are no more women dropping into this pipe. This is for first place, second place. We already know that 16-year-old South Korean Gaon Choi has locked down third place. This will round out the podium. Who will be the champion? And the lip of the pipe is just blocking it from our view. We could not see the imperfection there. That is up to the judges for them to decide.
Yeah, but she powers through. Here's another look. Oh. And she taps.
Was it enough? Did that tap save her from falling?
So this is where it's in the judges' hands.
Oh, they're killing me.
I would love to see that replay one more time. I mean, it's just the margins are so small.
So this is earlier in the run.
My feet are going numb.
And then we want to look at that last hit that she does. right here.
Here it is. Right there. Was that enough to keep her on her feet?
Well, Connor also said that the judges were, going back and forth between the two athletes.
I think you got it.
Sena had a couple mistakes also.
I mean, they say that Super Bowls are won on 3 plays, right? The margins are so small when you're in an elite environment in any type of final. It's Sena Tomita.
There you go! By 0.5. Sena Tomita will take the win here in the women's halfpipe final at the inaugural Snow League event. Talk about some drama.
$50,000 and 100 Snow League World Championship points are going to Japan's Sena Tomita.
I mean, incredible performance. You can see the emotion. Naoko, I'm gonna send it down to you with the winner.
Another third run clutch performance for Sena Tomita. また3番目のランで決めましたね。現在のお気持ちをちょっとお聞かせください。
いやもう本当に嬉しいです。やっぱりスノーリーグ1回目の大会で優勝できたのはすごい私にとっても大きなものになるんじゃないかなって思います。
She is so happy to have won the inaugural Snow League event, and she does feel like maybe this is the start of something really big for her. これはあなたにとってどういう意味を持ってますか？
どういう意味？なんだろう。上手に言葉にできないけど、でも本当に最高です。ありがとうございます。
I asked her what this means to her, and she says it's really hard to put into words, but it is so awesome. やっぱこれはあなたにとってキャリア的にはどういう瞬間ですか？
そうですね。今年すごいハードな大会のシーズンで本当。はいもう本当やっぱ1回目っていうのがすごい私にとって優勝できたのは大きいしこうやってたくさんの方が来ていただいて新しいこういうイベントも開催されてスノーボード界もっと盛り上がったらいいなって思います。
She got really emotional because it was a really tough season for her, and to be able to get this win in the inaugural debut Snow League event in front of all these people means so much to her. 本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
It was so close. She kept it. Sena stayed on her feet. Maddie put her butt down.
Oh, and big congratulations to Sena Tomita taking home the first women's win here at Snow League. What a performance by Sena Tomita. What a performance by Maddie Mastro. She will finish up on the podium in that second place spot, and then also Gown Choi. But T-Bird, I gotta throw this to you. Final thoughts here on this inaugural Snow League.
Tina, half a point.
Half a point.
78.5 to 78. Maddie Mastro missed out on the win by half a point, and I can't believe it came down to the very last part of the very last trick of the women's final.
You know, there was so much fantastic riding throughout this entire competition. The athletes were forced to do the very best of the best snowboarding they could possibly do, and we saw it. We absolutely saw it. We saw the drama, we saw the progression, we saw the talent, a little bit of everything. And congratulations to all the women athletes that competed here today. And a big congratulations there to Gown Choi on the right for third place, Maddie Mastro for finishing up on the podium in second, but a giant congratulations to Sena Tomita.
And here we see Snow League athlete manager Rachel Warren giving out the Snow League wreaths in the middle. Sena Tomita with the win on the right. In third place from South Korea, Gown Choi, and the USA's Maddie Mastro taking home second place. What a show here in Aspen. Actual nail biter. Actual.
Yes. Phenomenal showing from all the women. Phenomenal showing from the women here in the finals. Final results look like this here at the inaugural Snow League for the women's half-pipe competition. It is Sena Tomita who takes the win, followed by American Maddie Mastro in second place and Gao Choi into third. We will be back with more here from the Snow League. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with more snowboarding.
The women's division has crowned a champion by half a point. Sena Tomita leaves here a champion, and it was as close as it possibly could have gotten. Todd Harris, Tina Dixon join me in the studio. How do you find a half a point? I mean, we got to get Connor involved in this conversation. You were in there watching. How do you determine this champion here?
You give her that extra point by ollieing that helmet that was in there. That's where you get that extra point. No, I was watching it with B. Kim, and we were watching it, and B was so good at breaking it down, what she did, what she didn't do, and it really came down to that last hit. And if she doesn't make contact with that snow, she's winning.
Yep.
So no tush touch right there at the very end.
No brotherly
and she would have been the
shove,
champion.
And she would have been the champion.
And that would have been it.
Yeah.
Connor, you have been tracking all the judging throughout the course of this weekend. Break this one down for us. Do you agree with what we just heard there?
Exactly what Todd said right there. And these guys were deliberating over everything and whether or not that butt touch was enough to just put her past. But with Sena Tomita staying on her feet through the entire run, there just wasn't enough there for them to push Maddie up over it, even though the top part of her run was amazing.
Connor, let me ask you this. Everyone was going to say this. They're going to say Maddie Mastro did enough at the top of this run that the butt touch should not have counted as much. But I think if we're at Snow League and we're rewarding execution and perfection, you got to weigh that in pretty heavy.
Yeah, she did have an amazing top part of the run, and I do agree with people who say that. But as far as the instabilities in the run, a butt touch is definitely going to hit harder. And even though Sena missed a grab, the butt touch was a half a point above or half a point below. So that's where it rolled out, and I do agree with that call.
And Connor, how difficult is that final trick? You saw she was almost starting to run out of pipe there, decided to try to sneak one final trick in before that run was complete. How difficult is that last hit that we see there with the touch?
Yeah, you can see after she landed that frontside 720 that she kind of lost a lot of speed, and that's where you see her really pop to throw that 720 around and just didn't get it quite enough speed and pop, and then unfortunately put her butt down, and that was the end of it.
Well, we are joined in the studio by the founder of the Snow League. You were out there watching this women's final go down.
Oh,
Your thoughts, my goodness.
Incredible. I mean, I was at the edge of my seat like everyone else. And, you know, it was interesting to see what they did with this format. I felt like Maddie had it in the beginning. I feel like she needed a little bit more on that last hit, and she would have won that first round, but she didn't. And so Sena took it and then re-racked it, got back to the top. She answered back, and here we go, the last run, and it was so incredible. I really felt for her because I've been in that situation, Maddie, where your butt is about to touch and you're using that core strength in the quads, and you're like, just please. But yeah, incredible finals. So thrilled and so amazed to see what these incredible athletes did with this new format.
Is this what you had in mind when you put together the knockout format?
It really was, you know. I just wanted to change it up and take it from a place where people are kind of doing the same run. And it's incredible to do a run, obviously. But, you know, it changes it up, and it actually gives other competitors a chance to upset. You know, a lot of the playing field gets evened out a bit, and so it's interesting to see.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama. I mean, I was having a hard time even keeping it together, and here, like, what's going to happen? What does she need to do? What does she need to do? And, you know, coming down to the third run, I mean, you really, if you were going to script this, you almost couldn't have scripted it better than to have you know, a third run being forced, and then to have the drama play out the way it did. In that third run, it just was like, we were in here all jumping up and down, like, what is going to happen?
And waiting for that score. Oh, I know that feeling. I was just like,
You went full Hollywood on that. You went Hollywood. You scripted it that way.
Oh, yeah. And cue the helmet, cue the thing.
Can you just kind of, no, I mean, it was phenomenal.
I want to ask you, though, how much strategy played in this? Because we saw the athletes go out, and then I think the seeding came into it, because if you were the higher seeding, you had to sit and watch the other athlete, but you didn't know the score yet. That opened up things to so much more drama.
Yeah, I felt it was very important to switch the order of the riders, because if you're standing there at the top and you watch someone fall, you're like, well, I can play the easy run. Well, guess what? Your competitor can do the same thing to you the next round, so you better pull out something worthy of a run. Something impressive.
Yeah, such a smart thing to do.
One of the more fascinating parts of that final to me was watching and listening to Mastro before she dropped in for that final hit. And we had the audio. She's mic'd up, and she's talking to herself, talking about something. This is not that serious. This is you. She's just going one-on-one with herself. Talk us about that moment. What is that like as an athlete?
It's incredible to be, taken into her moment there, to herself talking, and I do that in my head. I think we all have our little rituals of, taking away the camera, taking away the crowd, realizing, hey, I've done this my whole life. It's just two walls. Let's have fun with it. We know what we're doing. This is snowboarding. But it was so incredible to be up there with everyone. I have a lot of people here that have never been to the sport before, never been to a competition. They're freaking out. Is it always like this? I'm like, no,
every time. It's like this every time.
And like, you've been to so many of these. It's just incredible. I felt so much drama, so much excitement, and what a final. I mean,
it was
so
phenomenal.
great.
It was amazing. Your buddy Connor has a question for you, too. Let's
Connor,
get him in.
Please.
What's up, Shaun? I was sitting here in the judges' booth, biting my nails, listening to what they were talking about. I just want to know, in your career, what was the #1 waiting for a score nail biter that you had to sit through?
Oh, man. I think you were there, but
I think I know exactly what he's going to say.
Oh, yeah.
I think I was putting the score in.
It was at the Career Olympics, and I was at the bottom. And the funny part about it is that everybody at the top was celebrating because they had downloaded the app that gives you the scores. I didn't know there was an app. I didn't know that. I'm standing there waiting, and I have the fans over here. I have the other athletes here, and I don't know where to look. I'm so nervous, and then the score hits. But that felt like, those minutes were hours. It was agonizing. But
it was so quiet. I remember that moment. It was so quiet. There were so many people here, and Shaun's family, and the coaches and everyone. They couldn't get near him. He was still like standing at the bottom of the pipe all by yourself, and everything was quiet.
You talk about the moment before the moment, and you guys brought up Maddie Mastro. Let's focus for you on a second. Let's go back to 2018 Pyeongchang. You had the very last run for the gold medal, and you took, I want to say, close to 2 minutes, and just took deep breaths, and we didn't say anything, and we could hear you breathing. What were you thinking in that moment?
Oh, my gosh. Well, usually for me, all of the worst-case scenarios run through my head.
Naturally.
What if I hit a bird in the air? What if I hit a snow chunk? What if this happens? Yeah, what if the cameras aren't rolling? I got to do it again. Everything's going through my head. And then I go, you know what? What if you win it? What if you just stick this run and win the whole thing right now? And so, that thought process starts happening, and like I said, for Maddie, she's talking to herself, I'm talking to myself, and I have a kind of a ritual of, hey, it's just snowboarding, believe in yourself, let's high five JJ, let's do this, rider ready, go, and don't think about it. At this point, you've got the muscle memory, you've got the confidence, you need to just let it happen. You can overanalyze, and it's a big thing, and so, I'm interested to hear Maddie's perspective on what happened today. How she liked the new format, how that played to her advantage or disadvantage, and it's interesting to see because I feel like now if we re-rack, we go off to the next competition, we're gonna see a whole new Maddie.
Absolutely.
How about over on the men's side of the bracket? It's time to crown a champion over there as well. Who do you like? What's going through your mind?
Pick your poison there, champ.
I mean, goodness. Obviously, Japan is coming in hot. They're very strong. They're very confident. Ayumu, I mean, what can you say? He's got the hair. He's got the tricks. He's confident. He's done it before. I'm really excited to see what he does with this format, just because it's going to be a challenge for him. Obviously, I think one of the unsung heroes here is Yuto. I've watched him come through one season and win every single competition he entered, and then he kind of dipped off a little. So I feel like we're not too far away from the next Olympics. I feel like if this is the time for him to rise to the occasion, it's going to be now. So really, really amazing. Obviously, and then Ruka, incredibly talented, and Alessandro, yeah, well, it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be special.
And it's all his fault.
And it's all
half a damn point is what decided the women's side of the bracket. We are on to the men's semis when we come back. Our thanks to the founder, Shaun White, for joining us in the studio. The competition, the finals, press on from Aspen when the Snow League returns. The Snow League is presented by Aries Management.
Granier and I got a chance to test out this vehicle right behind me, the Ineos Grenadier. We drove it out at Dunbar Ranch last week. It can handle any type of terrain. It's the best way to get to the mountain. This is Ineos Automotive, the official automotive partner of the Snow League.
All I know, Jack, is we need to talk to our man T-Bird to see if he can get us dialed in on one of those Ineoses. That is the ride you want in the mountains.
Yeah, I'm trying to get one for myself, gentlemen.
Let's go down to the side of the ice, and Chris is standing by.
Well, the atmosphere down here has been phenomenal. Everybody coming to congratulate Sena Tomita. But here in the men's, I don't know, maybe another Japanese winner, Chris?
The stage is set. Absolutely. They are going huge. I've already seen Yuto put down a triple cork. Ruka put down a triple cork in practice. You know Ayumu's got it. Alessandro, it's going to be a barn burner of a final couple rounds here.
Should be exciting. The women's was so exciting. Let's see if the men can do it too, guys.
It sure is. We're talking about a half a point that decides the women's side of the bracket. Just heard a mention of the triple cork. How does the triple cork impact this final on the men's side?
The triple cork is going to be the X factor. It's going to be either a triple cork or a 16-20 are going to be the two tricks to really keep an eye out for here in this men's final.
I think of the 16-20. That is like the unicorn. You don't see it very often, but when you do, you know it. It's going to be amazing. And I think the judges are going to be on point. They're fully warmed up. Connor Manning's been talking about how much they've looked at this. Guys, let's talk about the little small elephant in the room. And when I say small, I mean 16-year-old Alessandro Barbieri.
Yes.
He is playing with the big boys.
I mean, the Snow League, that's what it is. New superstars will rise. This kid has introduced himself to the world. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Dropping in on both sides of the wall. We saw that play out big on the women's side. Who do you have the most confidence in going both directions here?
That's a great question because my pick to win is Ayumu Hirano. However, he is heavy on one side.
Yeah.
I think Yuto Totsuka.
I would say Yuto or Ruka. I think they're a little more versatile on both sides. But again, when you have the size of the triple cork that Ayumu Hirano has, because they all have it, those three have it, but his is like that much. It's the Shaun White thing. It's that much higher. And it's like, oh, that's different.
Well, and what I started realizing in the women's heat, especially when it comes down to semifinals and finals, is these athletes have to land. The one thing that can shift all of the momentum is if you don't land. So if you're dropping in on the wall that you're a little less comfortable with and you fall, that other person can drop on the wall that they're less comfortable with, keep it easy, win that heat, and then they're in the driver's seat.
Jack, you're around the NFL all the time. This is a situation where I look at it where there's like a Patrick Mahomes. Is he just young enough not to realize how big the stage is? And I look at Alessandro Barbieri. Does he have the ride of his life now and put some pressure on, probably a better rider in Ruka Hirano and force him to maybe making a mistake or pushing too hard?
And if you also look at the semifinal list, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the men here that have qualified were the top four seeds
out of their heats.
And what is the best strategy with this opening run? How big do you go right off the bat?
We're going to know the minute that the first rider drops in. I mean, if you're Ayumu Hirano, you're dropping second, do you pull out the triple cork, or do you wait to see what Yuto Totsuka does, and if he puts his feet to the fire and makes you do it?
And I wanted to ask Shaun that same question. If you were Ayumu, or if you were advising him, would you say, okay, watch your guy go, see what he does. If he doesn't do something that's out of this world, then hold the triple cork back, and then save it for the final? Because once he uncorks that, the next time he does it, it's going to have to be as good, if not better. If he does a sloppy one, I mean, is there such thing as a sloppy triple? But if he does it not as big as where the judges are used to seeing him do it, they're going to judge him. They're going to score him lower.
Yep.
How interesting was it to listen to Shaun White talk about what goes through his mind through some of the highest pressure, biggest moments of his career, imagining everything that goes wrong, and then all of a sudden, but what if I do win? If I do lay down my best trick? And I'm still thinking about when he said that.
That's that extra gear, right? That's that Tom Brady, that Tiger Woods, that Michael Jordan. And it's few and far between. Shaun was the guy. But, these competitors here at Snow League, all four of these competitors have that extra gear, and we're going to see it today.
It's time to see what this whole league's about. high pressure performance, and the Snow League partnered with Burton and leveraged Burton's world-class innovation center to build and develop the next era of competitive jerseys. The jerseys, they were created at Threadworks prototyping facility in Shanghai. It's a facility that's capable of producing some of the most technically advanced snowboarding garments on the planet. It's time to crown a champion on the men's side. It was a half a point separating 1 and 2 on the women's side. The Snow League on a final Saturday presses on.
And then there were 4. We are down to the final 4 athletes here. Aspen Snowmass, the final day of the Snow League. Shaun White's vision is coming to fruition as we just saw one of the most exciting women's finals ever. By a half a point, Sena Tomita outdistances herself from Maddie Mastro. And so will we see the same drama on the men's side as the fans continue to make their way onto the side of the pipe to see the absolute world's best compete as we take a look at the bracket
Ruka,
now. Here's what it is. We've got the semifinals, same format, knockout, best 2 out of 3 is what you need to win. In semi number 1, Ruka Hirano will be going up against the lone American Alessandro Barbieri, the 16-year-old from Portland, Oregon. And in matchup 2, Yuto, Totsuka, and Ayumu Hirano. That is some heavy hitter T-Bird right there. The 1 and the 4.
Yeah, and you said it. No matter what happens, there will be a Japanese rider in the final, and it just speaks to the dominance that they've really ruled this contest with over the last few days.
See, this is your world, T-Bird. This is the VIP, the posh. This is where they hang out there. Shaun has made it possible. That Snow Club, the Snow League Snow Club, I want to get an invite there one of these days. If I drop your name, I got a feeling I got a chance.
I think you can get in. I can get you in.
Oh, there you go. So you're saying there's a chance. As the fans continue to make their way, and this is a big deal because it is bluebird conditions here at Snowmass today, and the fans are saying, you know what, I got my lift ticket, but when am I going to get a chance to see this again? So they've all pulled off to the side, and here we go. So Ruka Hirano and Alessandro Barbieri will get things started off. There you see the numbers, the things you need to know. Barbieri, I don't want to say he's a surprise to get here because we talked to JJ Thomas. He said he's been around, he's just bursting on the scene, and now he's getting the attention he deserves.
There is Ruka Hirano coming in here as a 3 seed, so he will drop first jersey number 17. Talking with his coaches, coming up with that strategy. And strategy is the name of the game here in the finals. We just saw it with the women. Guaranteed we're going to see it again with the men.
Is this a David and Goliath situation? I mean, Alessandro Barbieri is 16 years of age. Ruka Hirano, he is a multi-time Olympian. He has seen it all. He's been at the highest pinnacle. Do you just sit back and let him do his thing and hope that he's gassed, jet lagged, whatever you want to call it, maybe just doesn't have it today?
Yeah, kind of feel like Alessandro Barbieri is so easygoing, so light. He's been all smiles this week. He's going to let Ruka Hirano do his thing. Yep. Alessandro's going to do his thing.
Here we go. Ruka Hirano on course, rider's right.
Coming in switch. Switch, double cork 1080. Into the front side, 12. Big old air to fakie. Oh, Ruka Hirano looks dangerous today. Frontside alley-oop, and that's going to be it for Ruka Hirano. And now when we talk about judges' range tonight, we talk about the first rider of any heat to drop. They set their score, and they base the rest of the scores off of that. But we did speak with our judging correspondent, Connor Manning, and he said a little bit of that is out the window. Once you hit semifinals and finals, because the level is so high, they're not afraid to put something in the 80s right off the bat.
And the judges now have to clear the palate, maybe a little sorbet, because they, off that tight women's competition, half a point. Now you look at the men's competition, and what a start for Ruka Hirano.
Yeah, cab, double cork 1080, grabbing truck driver. That is your toe edge and heel edge consecutively at the same time, and switch backside double cork 1080. Super, super technical maneuver.
T-Bird, we're seeing a lot of the truck driver. I know I like to bring that up a lot, but is that because it is a more technical grab, or does it provide more stability when they're in the air?
I think they're so compact as it is. Instead of grabbing the back of their knee, which is kind of seen a little bit as like a gymnast move, right? They just extend their hand a little further, and it keeps them compact so they can continue that axis of spinning.
He drove that big 18-wheeler right to the finish line, and this should be a very good score. We'll wait and see what Ruka Hirano gets. Now, he will sit and wait and watch the man that he is going head-to-head against at 16 years of age, Alessandro Barbieri of the USA, the only American to make it in to this phase, as he was able to get past Chase Blackwell by way of medical decision. Blackwell, remember, taking a hard fall. Medics here said, you know what, young man, you've taken too tough of a fall. You're standing down, and that put Barbieri into this position.
And something to note, Ruka Hirano chose to drop into the athlete's right wall. Alessandro Barbieri, the goofy footer, coming into the left wall. Taking a lot of speed into that first hit. Backside 900. Into the front side, double cork 1080, landed a little sideways on that wall. Oh! Into the cap 12, not able to put it down, and this is where things get interesting. In a traditional contest with a traditional format, that would just be a throwaway run. Ruka Hirano is now firmly in the driver's seat.
No question about it, and Ruka Hirano, as they will head back up to the top, he is just applying pressure to the young man from Portland, Oregon.
And that's what he's been doing the last 2 days, all day yesterday and this morning.
He seems impervious to this format, and I say that in the sense of I don't think he cares about who goes first, who goes second, what side. He's just going to ride his ride.
And you know who did that in the women's field? Sena Tomita. She came out with the win. So there you see the backside 900 double grab from Alessandro Barbieri. And this is where things went a little wrong for him. Switch frontside double cork 1260. Look at the commitment on that second dip, spotting the landing when he comes around. And just a little too much compression. Little too much compression. We talked about it with Maddie Mastro. Shaun was just in the booth. He said, landing that low, you're literally thinking to yourself, like, don't give out, don't give out.
And here are the scores. It's a 72.25 for Ruka Hirano and a 26 for Barbieri. So Ruka Hirano has the advantage. Remember, it's best 2 out of 3 as they will make their way back to the top. That turns our attention now to semifinal number 2. And you've got Yuto Totsuka. We have a dark horse here. The young man, just 23 years of age, a 2-time Olympian, so he knows pressure, but he's going to get against the very best in the world, the reigning Olympic gold medalist in Ayumu Hirano.
It was funny listening to Shaun talk about Ayumu when he was in the booth. He said he's got the hair, he's got the tricks. And I was thinking to myself,
does that remind you of?
Yeah, that's you. That is you. But he also did mention Yuto Totsuka. He said if his time to rise is any time, it's right now, especially going into a very important winner.
Shaun didn't take a winner, a definitive winner, but I think he was hedging his bet towards Yuto Totsuka.
All right, so Yuto dropping in on athlete's right wall, coming in switch, alley-oop, backside, rodeo, silky, smooth. And the switch backside double cork 1080 into the backside 900. What's he got here? Is it going to be the 12 or the 14? It is the double cork 14. Into the cab 1080. Yuto Totsuka, the 4 seed, definitely putting the pressure on Ayumu Hirano.
Amplitude on full display here in Aspen. Not one of his hits was below 11 feet outside the deck.
And there's certain keywords when you think of riders. When I see Yuto Totsuka, I immediately think amplitude. The dude goes huge. So he's got the rider's right wall drop in out of the way with that switch alley-oop backside rodeo. Just latching onto that grab.
How silky was that landing?
And then
right
here's
the transition.
Here comes the front side double cork 1440. He just lands it so clean. And there's the switch front side 1080.
When you talk about landings, I mean, you think about Olympic diving. There's little splash. There's hardly any snow being kicked up, and he rides right into the next wall.
And that's exactly what the judges are deliberating, and they sure have their work cut out for them. We saw it in the women's final. We're going to see it again today in the men's.
All green except the 900.
I see a lot of greens and a lot of pluses right there. That is going to score very well. They really like that switch alley-oop backside rodeo.
Well, the double cork 14 was at an extreme 11 feet 4 inches out of the pipe. And now we turn our attention to Ayumu Hirano.
And the big question is,
We'll see it.
Did Yuto put enough pressure on Ayumu for him to bust out the triple cork? The first rider to ever land a triple cork in competition.
Is he tipping his hand right now the way he's starting a bit lower?
That's a very good question. Jersey number 99 dropping in. This is Ayumu Hirano, and we will see. There it is. 1, 2, 3. 1440 into the cab, double 12. And the front side 12. Oh, yeah. He's feeling it right now. Ayumu Hirano came to play, and that is that gear. He's been sitting on it, and he finally shifted into it here in semifinals.
Someone just hit the nitrous button. And Yuto's kind of like, yeah, I've seen it before.
Seen it before, knew it was coming. We'll see where the scores come in, then we got to answer back.
This is a heavy mat.
Oh, look at this.
This right here is the crown jewel frontside triple cork 1440. We got our judging specialist Connor Manning in the booth. Connor, what are you seeing as the main difference between these two runs and what it's going to come down to?
I think both riders just put down incredible runs. I'm honestly leaning a little bit towards Yuto because he's got the alley-oop, which adds the variety. We see, like I talked about earlier, a lot of spins off the toes from Ayumu Hirano, but he's got the triple, so it's gonna come down to, it's gonna be real close, but I think Yuto might just edge him with that variety in his run.
And that will be an absolute shocker to the world of snowboarding, because anytime someone throws out a triple cork, that's usually the chokehold. That's like you're tapping out after that. And to Connor's point, T-Bird, it may happen. I mean, that alley-oop was ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. And variety is a really important category in these judging disciplines.
That's a lot of green, too. And look at that, the lowest on the 900 at 12.5, so he was higher than Yuto, who went 11.4 on his lowest.
So maybe give the variety to Yuto, but the amplitude to Ayumu.
How about this? 94.5 to 92.2, and it's Yuto Totsuka. Connor Manning goes full Nostradamus and calls it 94.5 for Yuto Totsuka, and Ayumu Hirano a 92.2. Usually that is a game, set, match winning score, but not today at Snow League.
Unbelievable. 92.2 from Ayumu.
And not good enough.
And not good enough.
So we go right back to the top. This is semi number 1, Ruka Hirano now. He's going to be starting on the left-hand side. He has the advantage. Remember, he threw down a 72.25, and American Alessandro Barbieri had a bit of a fall there, only scored a 26. So this is a situation where you go full Mike Tyson and you try to knock out your competitor.
Yeah, the winner of run 1 drops first.
Right.
In the second run, so we will be seeing Ruka Hirano.
Talk about applying pressure to your opponent. If he lands this,
it is officially a pressure cooker environment. Ruka Hirano, switch backside double cork 1080 into the backside 900. Into the front side 14. Ruka Hirano applying the pressure, and all Alessandro Barberi can do is watch.
Now for my money, T-Bird, and we'll bring in Connor on this one, I think his first run was a little better than that one, or am I off on that, Connor? What do you think?
I think it could have been a little bit better. He was definitely, execution was great on that. Amplitude was incredible as well. He did mix it up a little bit. I think he saw what he saw from the earlier alley-oop rodeo, maybe adding a little bit more variety. He's got the switch backside, the front side, and the big spins. So it's going to be close to his other run. Plus, look at that Japan grab right there, just adding his own little style to it. So a great run there from Ruka.
Yeah, that grab is completely opposite from the direction that he's spinning. It almost stalls him midair, which I think adds to that level of difficulty. There's the front side double cork 1440, 12.5 feet out of that 24-foot half pipe. This alley-oop backside rodeo. And the judges, you know, we look at Yuto Totsuka, he did a similar trick in his first run. They rewarded him for it. So they are looking at simplicity mixed with amplitude. You can still post a run in the 90s.
It takes a lifetime to learn a trick like that, and he's just 22 years of age. Ruka Hirano, speaking of age, the 16-year-old. The biggest run of his professional career, Alessandro Barbieri out of Portland, Oregon. Only American to make it this far at Snow League here in Aspen, and now he's got to come up with something big. And I'm thinking, T-Bird, if you just crunch the numbers, not a hard number, but I'm thinking he's got to have something in the 80s.
He's got to have something in the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, Ruka Hirano's first run score 72.2. I think his second run's going to be somewhere in that. So just to make sure, you got to bring the heat. So he's setting up. Switch, backside, double cork. Oh yeah, Alessandro Barbieri is pulling no punches. There's the front side 12, but he put his hands down into the alley-oop. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, he knows.
He wants every single point, so he didn't just kind of pull cord on that wobble. He kept his run going, but is it going to be enough? You know, waiting on these scores till both runs are done, as a rider, I'm sure is stressful. As an announcer, it builds the pressure because you just don't know what's going to come out of the judges' booth.
Boy, the first half of this run was on point.
Yeah, let's see where it went wrong. Switch backside, double cork 12. I mean, the difficulty on a switch backside double cork, the judges will reward him for that. The amplitude is there, 11 plus feet. And then the front side double cork 12, 60, just did not quite get the rotation all the way around.
On any other contest, I would say, that's a contest mate, give it to him. But this is the Snow League, and we saw what it did for Maddie Mastro with that just small butt check. It just threw him off his line. Right there, he had to counter-correct, carve right back into it, and the speed was sapped.
Yeah, when you're in a semifinal or a final in a contest that's as prestigious as the Snow League, there's very little margin for error.
So it is an 87.7, which proves to be the knockout punch for 22-year-old Ruka Hirano of Japan. He gets the job done. He is in to the final. The first man to claim his ticket in Snow League final as we sit it down to Naoko.
All right, Ruka, moving on to the final. また、ファイナルが決まったのでおめでとうございます。今日のランについて。
そうですね、今、一発目のスイッチバック10のジャパンにこだわってたんで、そこ綺麗に決めれてよかったですね。楽しかったです。
He was particularly happy with his second run, and he's really glad that he's moving on to the finals. 頑張ってください。どうもありがとうございます。
And Naoko, I got to ask you, are you sensing a bit of fatigue from these athletes? I mean, we're talking about a full day yesterday, and then today you're going to go almost possibly 12 runs. Are you sensing, especially from the Japanese rider, any fatigue? Because we talked about jet lag being an issue.
Number 2, run 2.
Yes, I'm here.
Yuto Totsuka took that first run with a 94.5 over.
Yeah, Naoko, I was just going to ask you, are you sensing any fatigue from these riders? I mean, it's been a long 2 days for them.
To come correct on run 2.
Say that again?
Are you sensing any fatigue from these
Sorry,
riders?
it's kind of hard to hear. I apologize.
No problem. We'll get back to you after this. As Yuto Totsuka now gets set to go, the 23-year-old regular stance rider, he's going head-to-head with Ayumu Hirano. He won the first round, but I'll tell you what, both men into the 90s, and it was a 94.50 that gave him the advantage. Now, this is a situation, T-Bird, he can really apply the pressure, because if he can match even anything close to what he did on run number 1, Ayumu's going to have to pull out, I mean, the perfect run to get him.
Yeah, and this is really dangerous for Ayumu Hirano. There is no weak side for Yuto Totsuka. And it's a position that Ayumu is normally not in a more traditional contest with the halfpipe contest with the rules. Ayumu has 1 or 2 runs, right? 1 or 2 gears, and he does them all day, every day, keeps doing them in the final, takes the win. But here, the strategy comes into play, and Yuto Totsuka can really apply pressure.
Two-time Olympian now, set to drop in. He'll take a seat, look this one over just a little bit. 4 times X Games medalist, all in the halfpipe. He won the halfpipe competition back in 2021, just coming off a second-place performance in this very same pipe a few weeks ago at the X Games. So he knows it well, and now he just needs to put down one more stellar run and hope that Ayumu Hirano does not have the run of his lifetime, and he will be into the final.
All right, so Yuto Totsuka dropping in, coming in, switch. Switch backside 12. Backside 1260. Into the cap, double cork 14. Oh yeah, he's applying pressure. He is definitely applying pressure. Frontside 12 into the back 9. What are we gonna see here? Oh yeah, frontside double cork 1080 for Yuto Totsuka. I mean, he's sitting on a 94.5. Where that's going to come in, we don't know. But if you're Ayumu Hirano right now, Todd, what is the answer to that run?
And I want to ask Connor. Connor, do you think that run was in the same ballpark as the 94.50 that he threw down on run number 1?
I honestly think that might be a little bit lower. He had less perfect hits on there and not as much variety in the run with the alley-oop rodeo, but everything was massive. He had a few edge changes in the bottom of the pipe, and when it gets to this level, those minute things are what those judges are looking for.
But T-Bird, he did job number 1, and that is get a full pull.
Yeah, absolutely. He kept it on his feet. It was technical. It was difficult. It had amplitude. He did everything he needed to do, and now it's up to the judges.
Well, if you're following along at home with us, you already know it will be an all-Japanese final. That's because Ruka Hirano has already punched his ticket in the final, and we've got these 2 other Japanese riders here in semi number 2, so it will be an all-Japanese affair. Not a big surprise.
Not a big surprise. We've been talking about it all day yesterday, all day today. We saw it in the women's field as well. The Japanese halfpipe riders are just so good right now. They're world-class athletes. It's their main goal. It's what they want to do. And you know, we were talking to Shaun about it in the studio. He's created this. His 2 decades of dominance have created this generation of Japanese halfpipe athletes.
So it comes down to this. Ayumu Hirano needs a stellar run. And when I say stellar, I'm anticipating this has got to be upwards of 88, 89 points, probably in the 90s just to be certain. Does he go back to the triple cork?
Time will tell. We will see as he drops in to the left wall, coming in switch. Ayumu Hirano has got to get it done here. Cap 1440 into the front side double 12. Oh yeah, Ayumu Hirano.
Oh my goodness!
He holds on! The triple cork at the bottom as opposed to the first hit.
Never seen that before. At the bottom.
Neither have
I wonder if he was sensing this is a good run, but is it good enough, and said, you know what, I'm going to it.
All right, Connor Manning, we are going to bring you in. So on run 1, we saw Ayumu do that triple cork up at the top. He just did it at the bottom. How are the judges going to see that difference?
The way that they will see that is much more difficult because Ayumu has to keep his speed through the entire run. And let me read that back, 14, 12, 12, triple 14. To keep your speed through tricks that difficult is just so hard. So I expect him to be rewarded for doing that triple lower down.
Even though, Connor, it wasn't the smoothest of landings as he came out of that to make the transition.
I think so. It's one little bobble in an otherwise perfect run, so I think that might just be enough to take Yuto in that second run.
Yeah, will it force a third and final tiebreaker run to see who will advance to men's finals? Frontside triple cork 1440. That is Ayumu's bread and butter, the first man to ever land it in a competitive setting. He does it at the end of his run here at Snow League.
No touch. Look at that. He countered. Oh, man. That is some serious core strength, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to come out of that after dropping out of the sky in that big run. So he's got to get the win here, or it will go to Yuto Totsuka. Here are the scores.
So there it is, 83 for Yuto Totsuka. He'll be advancing
83 over a 78.7, so he's eliminated the Olympic gold medalist, and it will be Yuto Totsuka taking on Ruka Hirano for the title. Let's send it down to Noko.
All right, Yuto, amazing run here today. 英語で大丈夫ですか？それとも日本語で？日本語でお願いします。日本語でですか？やっぱ歩夢選手と対するっていうことはどういう感じでしたか？
そうですね。やっぱりトリプルは間違いなく出してくると思ってたので、それに対抗できる技どうしようかなって考えてたんですけど、最後ちょっと失敗して、でも結果。うまくまとめれたのかなとは思ってます。
Watching Ayumu's run, he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get the points he needed, but he did it and he's so happy. He knows he made a mistake, a little bit of a mistake in that second run, but he's so happy that he's through to the finals. おめでとうございます。頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
And thank you very much as well, Yuto, for your time. Connor, we're going to step into you because when that score dropped of a 78.75, T-Bird and I both looked at each other and thought, really? He didn't have a fall. It had a triple cork at the bottom, and he only got 78 points.
Yeah, so the one thing I can think of, I'm with you guys on that side of things, but the 4 hits and the little edge out on the bottom of the 14, he kind of missed a hit at the next wall there by edging out. So that's the only reason I can see that these judges had him down below Yuto on that run.
All right, the brackets now are complete, and it comes down to this. The consolation will be Alessandro Barbieri of the USA taking on Ayumu Hirano for 3rd and 4th place, respectively. And the title, it will come down between Ruka Hirano and Yuto Totsuka, the land of the rising sun, well represented in the Rockies. We will have that matchup when we return to Aspen.
Having a day in Aspen, Colorado. Ruka, Hirano, Yuto, Totsuka will battle it out for the inaugural championship in Aspen. I do though want to ask about Ayumu Hirano in that triple cork that he threw, not at the top with the first hit, but at the bottom. If he had landed that thing cleanly, what would be the conversation right now?
I think if he landed it clean and in control, he would have gotten one more hit. I think that would have been enough to force a 3rd tie-breaking run.
Because all he needed was an 83. It wasn't like he needed an 88 or 90. Because 83 was what Yuto put down on his 2nd run, so he comes up with a 78, 5 points short. I think they give it to him if he lands it clean into T-Bird's point. That allows him to go into that next hit and get 5 hits.
But that semifinal between Yuto and Ayumu looked like a final.
Yeah.
It rode like a final. That's what was so impressive about that semifinal round.
Yeah, well, Chris has been monitoring the pipe conditions throughout the course of the weekend and throughout the course of today. Chris, what is the latest?
It's holding up really well. These athletes are certified dogs. They're going huge. The pipe's holding up great. Frank Wells gave it a fresh cut last night, which is ensuring more speed. So it's lining up to be an incredible final. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Diesel is fired up. He's got us fired up, ready to go. And it comes down to this. It will be battles for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The consolation will be Ayumu Hirano and Alessandro Barbieri. And the final will be Ruka Hirano and Yuto Totsuka.
And how about this? Alessandro Barbieri in a consolation round, a 3rd place round with Ayumu Hirano.
Dreams do come true. Be careful what you wish for. So now Barbieri, who faced off with him in the heats, we'll see him now again in the consolation. And remember, Barbieri threw down a great run in the heats, and he had Ayumu on the ropes, and then Ayumu came back and did Ayumu kind of things and ended up winning that heat.
Yeah, will it happen again? Alessandro Barbieri gets to strike first. He is the first rider to drop.
At 16, he finds himself in a battle for 3rd place with the world's best in Ayumu Hirano. Alessandro Barbieri in the pipe.
Dropping in, switch, going, switch, backside, double cork, 1260. Into the cab, 14. Into the front side, 12. And a backside 900, he is applying pressure to Ayumu Hirano right now. Frontside double cork 14 for 1080. He knows it. The crowd knows it. The helmet toss. Watch that helmet, though. You know what I'm saying, Todd?
Yeah, baby.
Now, no truth to the rumor that it was his helmet that Maddie Mastro had to ollie. It was just a random helmet. But I'll tell you what, that is pure joy right there for the 16-year-old. He's already a winner.
I think that's one part exhaustion, one part he just put down the run of his life in a heat against Ayumu Hirano. What a feeling. This is how it all started right there. Switch backside double cork 12. Yeah, Alessandro Barbieri looking to take control of this 3rd place heat.
And let's not forget, this is the long game, too. I mean, there's 3 more stops on the Snow League. Going to Secret Garden, back to Aspen, and then, of course, Switzerland. He's looking at a possible world title if he keeps himself in the podium positions for the next 3 events.
And this is what capped it all off. Frontside double cork 1080, grabbing truck driver. And there you
That's
see
the moment.
The emotion.
The helmet wasn't good enough. Give the board a ride as well.
Ace of spades.
Grazie mamma, grazie papà. Thank you, Ben.
I got Motorhead in my head.
Thank you, Pepe.
Hey, Louis Vito did some translating for us. I got the grazie mom and dad, so thank you very much. Now it's Ayumu Hirano. They'll be dropping in on the right-hand side to start things off. The #1 seed going up against Barbieri. What does he do?
Yeah, does Ayumu play it safe, put down a run to his feet, or did Alessandro Barbieri just force him into the first hit, triple cork 1440? We will see as Ayumu Hirano drops in the 3rd place heat. And there it is, frontside triple cork 1440, makes it look so easy. Into the cab 1440.
Oh!
And then the crippler, grabbing method. Backside 12, into the frontside double cork 1080. How do you even compare those runs if you're in the judging booth right now?
That crippler had his name written all over it. The stall out in the air is so unique.
I could watch that frontside triple cork 1440 all day. It looks so smooth and so easy. It's one of the hardest half pipe tricks ever done in history. And look at how easy he makes it look. 1, 2, 3.
The commitment, I mean.
And in order to do that trick, you need so much amplitude, minimum 13, 14 feet. And the way that Ayumu holds his speed, you can see it in his amplitude. It's just unparalleled to other pipe riders out there.
Look how he just cranks that. And then falls out of the sky.
And just those micro body adjustments, because he has so much air time, that just comes with thousands of hours of riding half pipe. Frontside double cork 1080 to finish up his run. Ayumu Hirano, he is just unbelievable.
So we saw him do the triple cork at the bottom of his last run. This time he does it at the top. You saw the amplitude difference. Just came out of that so smoothly. And now the question is, what are the judges going to do with this? Here come the scores. Barbieri's populating there. You see the 4 judges, 88, 88, 89. So you get an idea of where he's going to be.
Those are big scores for Alessandro Barbieri.
And this is consolation. This is battle for 3rd and 4th place.
It's going to be Ayumu who takes it there for run number
And it's a 91 for Ayumu Hirano, so he takes the lead over the 88.25 of Alessandro Barbieri, but much closer than we thought.
So Ayumu Hirano takes back control from Alessandro Barbieri.
And here it is, the main event. We've seen the appetizer, and now this is it, the Wagyu beef time. This is the big show, and the 2 very best that have worked their way through the field. Wow, we started with 20 world-class athletes here, and now we've got the final 2, Ruka Hirano and Yuto Totsuka.
They're both regular footers coming out of Japan. The Japanese have been so dominant the last 2 days, and it is no surprise that you're seeing both of these riders in the final.
There is the matchup. Tail of the tape, Ruka Hirano just 22, Yuto 23. Yuto is the 2-time Olympian, and Ruka made his Olympic debut in Beijing, where he finished 12th in the halfpipe. He is not the same rider that he was just 2 years ago. So it'll be Yuto Totsuka first.
All right, dropping in switch on right wall first. There's that switch alley-oop backside rodeo.
Switch back 1080 there.
Really high on that switch back 10 into the backside 900. And the frontside triple cork 1440 from Yuto Totsuka.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack on this one, and Ruka Hirano, he's going to have to applaud his fellow countrymen because that was ridiculous. That alley-oop just has such a cool feel to it when he executes it, and the way he just weightless in the air.
And look at his highest air, 17 feet. That's the highest air we have seen in the last 2 days. That is just so
That's
smooth.
over 40 feet from the bottom of the pipe.
Switch backside, alley-oop, rodeo, nose grab, 17 feet out, executed flawlessly. There's the switch backside double cork 1080. I think we saw a little something on this landing here. He lands high on the wall. Almost putting that hand down super heavy on the toe edge. That helped him keep his speed and amplitude. And here is the front side triple cork 1440. Another trick that in the last round Ayumu Hirano did late in his run, which Connor Manning, our judging specialist, did say that the judges are rewarding
This will
highly.
bode him well.
A lot of green there,
We'll get his score after Ruka drops
17
in.
feet, 12 feet, 13 feet. Amplitude, not a problem for Yuto Totsuka.
Well, a Japanese sweep of the podium here at the Snow League is certainly in play, with Ayumu Hirano taking the lead over American Alessandro Barbieri in their first run. But now we turn our attention to the first run of Ruka Hirano. He's got to follow up what he just saw from Yuto Totsuka. And you talk about margin of error in snowboarding. When you're dropping 17 feet off the deck and you got your arm out there, that's a good way to take off a chicken wing, because he was so close to that wall coming back in.
It certainly is. Ruka Hirano dropping in switch.
And there it is,
Triple
the
cork 1440 at the top of the pipe.
triple party here in the
Into the
finals.
front side, double 12. Air to 50, so keeping it simple on that.
Backside double cork 1080.
Switch backside double cork 1080 into the backside 100.
Okay, so air to fakie, obviously a setup trick for what he wanted on that next hit.
Absolutely, and I do feel like if he's going to be penalized for anything, it is the air to fakie.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at the run prior for Yuto Totsuka, he did a simpler trick, but it was a switch alley-oop backside rodeo. But this right here, the cab triple cork 1440 on your first hit.
I tell you what, the judges are seriously using every bit of lead in the pencil right now. Connor Manning, this is next level judging right here, because you got to think about what he did. And to T-Bird's point, that air to fakie, it's a setup trick, we get it, but is he not getting as much bang for the buck?
In my opinion on this one, and listening to what the judges are saying, the air to fakie off the heels is only 11'6" out of the pipe, whereas Yuto's setup trick was 17 feet out and an alley-oop rodeo. So we'll see where that goes.
Look at that, all green.
So we got switch triple cork 1440 at the top.
But for Ruka, you saw the 2 9s at the bottom. Now that's amazing on anyone else's standards, but for these guys, 9 feet at the bottom, that might be where they get it. Where else? Do you see two competitors at the bottom going head to head and they're just having a nice chat? So the score comes in, and it will be Yuto Totsuka getting a 95 on run number 1, and Ruka Hirano will get a 91. So advantage Yuto Totsuka. And Shaun White, who was in the booth with us, he tipped his hand towards Yuto, and I thought, Shaun, you've been out in the sun too long. What are you talking about? It's all Ayumu. It's all Ruka. He called it. Yuto is in the driver's seat.
And I feel like in the last 24 hours, I just kept hearing that name. Watch out for Yuto. Like, he's rising, and it's happening at the right time.
So we go back to the top of the pipe here at Buttermilk, and Ayumu Hirano looks down the belly of the beast and knows right here he can really lock it up. He won the first round against Alessandro Barbieri, 91-88. Remember, it's best 2 out of 3. If he wins this matchup, he claims third and a spot on the podium, which would mean we have a Japanese sweep.
And this is Ayumu's unconventional wall.
Yes.
He's used to dropping into his frontside wall, putting down that triple cork 1440. So very excited to see what he does as he tries to close the door on the young American, Alessandro Barbieri. Here goes number 99, Ayumu Hirano, coming in switch. Oh yeah, he came to play. Ayumu Hirano wants third place. Look at the amplitude. Cool as a cucumber. There's a double cork, back 12, into the cab, double 10. Oh, he's trying to close the door.
T-Bird, that is the all-you-can-eat buffet, Ayumu Hirano style, because he just went into the bag of tricks and said, you know what, this might not be my best side. Watch this.
Yeah.
That was a tremendous run. Connor Manning, I want to talk about this really quickly. He didn't throw the triple cork, but you know what? Who cares? Look at this thing. Look at the variety.
The amplitude there, the 14, 12, 12, 10, 10. I never thought I'd be saying that about a pipe run, but Ayumu Hirano just came to play and is putting it down. He's really trying to shut that door. It's going to be a tall task for Alessandro Barbieri to get there.
Connor, have you seen Ayumu do this run before?
I have not seen him do that run before. I know he had those tricks, but I've never seen him put it together like that.
There it is, unveiling it at Snow League, showing that he's still at the top of his game. I can't get over how cool and composed Ayumu is when he's going as big as he does.
You know the great sign of an amazing snowboarder is when you can't tell if they're goofy or regular foot because they do everything. Is that switch or is that regular? Because they do it equally so well.
Man, Alessandro Barbieri has his work cut out for him on this second run here in the third place heat.
Big. Making our way to the top.
Well, he'll never forget this moment at the inaugural Snow League in Aspen. On a beautiful day, he's got an opportunity to force the Olympic gold medalist into a third and final run. But he's going to need something big because he already trails 1-0. On course for the 16-year-old from Portland.
Alessandro Barbieri dropping in, goofy footed on his first backside hit. Backside 900. Little bobble in the landing there. Into the front, double 10. Into the cab, double 12, and he sits it down.
And T-Bird, as much snowboarding as I've watched in my lifetime, it seems like these pros, as good as they are, these athletes, once they get out of rhythm just by a little bit, it seemed like he was just stuck on that initial bobble.
Everything needs to happen in sequential order, you know, and the minute that sequential order is messed with, things do start to fall apart. But I cannot sing enough praise on Alessandro Barbieri on the world stage, the biggest half-pipe contest that's gone down. He showed up. All right, so let's see if we can pinpoint what went wrong here. Misses the double grab just a little bit. The first of 2 grabs, his hand slipped off a little bit early, and he just landed a tiny bit backseat on that first hit. And here's the cab double 12. Look at the commitment as he goes around for that second flip, spots his landing, puts the landing gear down, and he was just a little bit heavy on his heel side edge, and once that metal edge locks into that snow, it just takes you right down into the flat bottom.
Alessandro acknowledging, he's like, man, I just battled against.
And I guarantee Alessandro Barbieri has spent many years watching that young man to his left do amazing things in the pipe. And there's the final score.
Right there
it is an 85 to a 26, so it is a clean sweep for Ayumu Hirano. He will claim third place, and there will be a Japanese sweep here at Snow League. Let's send it down to Yoko.
All right, Ayumu Hirano showing us his big bag of tricks to secure third place. またすごいパフォーマンスをここで見せてくれました。どういう感じでしたか？
いやーもうとにかくめっちゃ長かったですね、今日一日。長くて自分の結構マックスを出さなきゃいけない状況が続いたから、いやーすごいなんていうんですかね、まあ本当は勝ちたかったですけど、いやでも自分の滑りには結構こう納得してる部分もあるんで、いやちょっとまた来年来年は取れるように、はい、まあ頑張ろうと思います。ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。Well, it was a really long day. He felt like he was really challenged by the sheer number of runs, and of course he wanted to win, but he was really happy with the runs that he put together, and he's gonna come again and give it a shot again in the next Snow League event. So, おめでとうございます。Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
All right, Ayumu Hirano in third place, Alessandro Barbieri. We are going to continue with men's finals here at Snow League. We got 2 more riders to drop. A champion will be crowned after a quick commercial break. This is the Snow League.
And then there were 2, and there is the man, Shaun White, who has had some great battles with that young man, Ayumu Hirano. He will finish in 3rd place overall. No truth to the rumor that they're going to have a matchup in less than a year in Italy. Shaun has said that it would not be Olympics in his future. And now we go back to the top of the halfpipe here at Snowmass. The sun is out, and it is now this. We are down to the 2nd run. The advantage goes to Yuto Totsuka. He scored a 95 on run number 1. Ruka Hirano scored a 91, so it's a 95 to 91. Yuto has the advantage. Ruka has the 91, and it will be Yuto Totsuka that will go first.
And again, it comes down to 2 riders that do not have a weak wall, which really speaks to this new format as we get ready to watch Yuto Totsuka take his 2nd run.
And they both opted for the right side the first time, so now they'll both be on the left side.
Switch.
Backside 12 seconds.
Switch backside 12 into the cab 14. Into the front side double cork 12. Backside 900. What does he have in store here? Yuto Totsuka. Oh my. Come on.
食べないよ。
The proverbial pressure cooker has been applied.
And can you think of a better place to be in after run 2? You're sitting on a 95. Your opponent has a 91. You are firmly in the driver's seat and you put down that run. Switch backside double cork 12 on your first hit.
Hey, Connor, do you think this run was better than his first that got in the 95?
I think it very well could be, Todd. He spun all 4 ways. Execution was perfect on all of them, and his lowest hit was 13.5 feet out of the pipe. I think that's going to beat his 95 and really, really put the pressure on Ruka Hirano.
Tom, that's a picture of variety, and that's what the judges want to see. They don't want to see this stale, same run done time after time.
That's a really good point. He spun frontside, backside, switch frontside, and switch backside. He had 12s. He had 14s. He had the amplitude. That was a perfect run.
That's the kind of run that shows you don't have to throw a triple cork. I mean, if you have it, that's great, but you don't have to have it, because if you can put a run down there like that consistently, that is going to be stellar. Look at this, all green across the board.
12, 14, 12, 9, 14.
That's a full house in snowboarding, right? So now the pressure is on fellow countryman Ruka Hirano, the 22-year-old out of Osaka. He is looking down this beautifully carved super pipe with the massive crowd of the celebrities at the bottom here to support the Snow League, the inaugural running here, the 2nd day of competition. Beautiful. Buttermilk, Aspen, Colorado. The sun is out and we are ready to go. He needs a big score here.
All right, Ruka Hirano.
Game time.
It is game time. I think it's safe to say he's going to have to put down something in the 90s. Switch back, double cork 10. Into the backside, 900. 12 feet out on that first hit. Into the front side, 1440. Into the triple 14. That would have been back-to-back 1440s.
Yes, I was just going to say that right there was his game time call. I thought he was going to land it. Oh.
いやちょっと踏み切りミスったわ。蹴れんかった。長かった。
Well, this is the format that Shaun White wanted to see for reasons like this.
Switch, backside, double cork, 10. Absolute perfection. And what would have happened if he had landed those last two tricks back to back?
I think we'd be on to sudden death. Connor, what do you think? If he lands this the way he was going, because he only had one more hit to go, are we going to a third run?
Yeah, I think he's going to go right after that 14, probably into another 12, and I think that would have forced a third run for sure. Absolutely insane riding from these guys.
Yeah, putting it all on the line when it matters most. Just catching the heel edge of the nose of his snowboard. I mean, that's what it comes down to, Todd. It's inches, it's millimeters at times.
And there it is official. He gets a 96.5 to Yuto Totsuka, and he claims the title here at Aspen. He is the winner of the Snow League event number 1. Noko, it's all yours. Take it away.
All right, congratulations to Yuto Totsuka, the inaugural Snow League event champion. おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちについて。
そうですね。やっぱこの長い本数いっぱい滑ったんで、でもその中でも自分の滑りを何回も決めれたのはすごい良かったですね。
It was a really long competition. There were so many runs that he had to take, and to be able to win it in these conditions were pretty incredible. やっぱ初スノーリーグのイベントで勝利っていうことはどう思いますか？
そうですね。やっぱりこのやっぱ昔から見てきたレジェンドの人が大会をやってくれて、そこで勝てるというのは本当有名なもう光栄なことだし、本当すごい楽しい大会でしたね。
I asked him what it was like to be the first ever champion of a Snow League event, and he said, it was an incredible feeling. The fact that the legend Shaun White had created this event, and to be able to win it, he said it was so much fun. 本当におめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Domo arigato to Yuto Totsuka as he claims the victory. What a final run for him as he goes toe-to-toe with Ruka Hirano, and it is a Japanese sweep. T-Bird, this is a sign of things to come. You flash back to 2002 when the Americans did it in Salt Lake City. I think we're on the road to that when we get to Italy in February.
Absolutely. That 2002 is when it became a global game. That was the USA sweep. That was our dream team. That has created all of these riders from all around the world, different athletes from different countries who wanted to be a part of that dominance.
And when people talk about the 2002 sweep, Shaun White was not part of that. You know why? He was too young. Hard to believe that, but it certainly set things in motion as Rachel Warren now will do the honors and give the wreath, the victor's wreath, to Ayumu Hirano in third on the right-hand side. Ruka Hirano, no relation, on the left. And there is Shaun White, the legend himself, giving the final wreath to Yuto Totsuka, who claims the title here in Aspen. T-Bird, 3 days ago or 4 days ago when we first got here to Aspen, we talked about all the different scenarios that could play out. And right away, we all said Japan, Japan, Japan all the time because they looked so good. Their training was good, and the season has been on point with them as well, and they delivered in the most crucial moments. Sena Tomita, let's not forget, she won it for the women. So it is across the board for both the men's and the women's competition. Maddie, Mastro, Troy Gown also on the podium as well. We sit it down in the corral, and it is Diesel standing by with the legend, Shaun White.
We're here with Shaun White, the creator of this event. It worked. How are you feeling?
It worked, honestly. I feel incredible. It's a dream become a reality. And look, a lot of this was just in theory. I hope
that there's these rivalries. I hope there's these battles. And it all unfolded, especially the women's coming down to that final run today. I felt like, Ayumu was one of the favorites going in. There's a big upset there. And I can't wait to see what happens at the next event, because we're going to see him coming back, knowing the format even better, and really showing his skills. So it was amazing today. Yuto obviously crushed it. But I'm just so thrilled, honestly. Really, all of this was an idea, and now it's really happening, and I can't say more. I'm just so thrilled. So thank you for everybody that's been watching. Thank you to everybody that came today. Thank you to the athletes, most importantly, the athletes. And here we go. Last question here. Inaugural event. Yeah. Would you say it's a success? Oh, man. I feel like this was a 10 out of 10, maybe an 11, if we can turn it to 11. Honestly, incredible. And also special thanks to Sophie Tucker, incredible music act. We got Big Boy coming up, but I think this was a home run. I hope everyone felt the same, but I'm going home tonight. We're gonna celebrate this big monumental moment in snowboarding history.
Thank you for everything, Shaun. Appreciate it. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah. Shaun White, I mean, he did so much for snowboarding during his career. He's contributing so much to snowboarding in his retirement. Just absolutely honored, and
great job.
It's a surreal feeling sitting in this chair after over a year of talk, and it finally happened.
Safe to say that Shaun White in the Snow League just hit a home run in the Rocky Mountains in Aspen, Colorado. A big success. Congratulations once again. Sena Tomita wins it for the women. Yuto Totsuka wins it for the men. We will come back and wrap things up. We'll get final thoughts. We'll look ahead to the next stop, and we'll just celebrate what was an amazing competition here. The Snow League is certainly off and running, and we can't wait to see what happens next.
Those were monster runs, 95 plus on both championship runs. Yuto Totsuka, the first ever champion of a Snow League event. He owns chapter 1 of a league that feels like it will be the future of snowboarding. I'm thinking about Shaun White. Shaun White, he lit the torch.
Yeah.
He now passes that torch to this next generation of Japanese athletes. And how phenomenal were they?
Well, you guys.
Everybody just took a deep breath. That tells you all you need to know.
I mean, we were talking about how there was a very good chance that the Japanese were going to sweep the podium, and so there was really no surprise on that one. Yep. Very impressed with Alessandro Barbieri coming out, 16 years old, making himself known here at this event. But Yuto Totsuka, I just want to say he was my pick for the men's side of things.
That's pretty impressive.
Loading begins.
So why? What made you think that he could pull off this upset over the defending Olympic champ?
I've been watching him throughout the years, and he's a very versatile rider. Yeah. But one thing I really like about him is he does that triple on the last hit, and he just goes so big. So he's able to kind of maintain his height throughout the entire run. And just for me, it was like, he's got that endurance, and we talked about just how hard it was for some of these athletes, even like Ayumu, Hirano, or more challenging, I guess the better word would be challenging, to do so many runs.
Wow, I'll tell you what, congratulations to Tina. She takes the lead in the Snow League Cup of announcers. I didn't fare as well, but I feel like you really couldn't go wrong. If you picked Ruka, Yuto, Ayumu, you really couldn't go wrong. It's kind of like going chalk. On the women's side, I was so impressed with Maddie Mastro. I mean, a lot of times she goes out and she wrecks herself on run number 1, and then she's just out of it. She came back and she battled, and yes, she lost by half a point, but Sena Tomita, you know what, I can live with that. For both of those athletes, I think you can live with that. T-Bird, it was just such a great display of competition today.
Yeah, and the beauty of this with this new format, it's creating these rivalries and storylines, and we get to follow it up in China in December at the second stop of Snow League. It's only going to get more fun from here.
Yeah.
Check out the championship bracket, how it all shook down on the women's side, and it was a half a point. And it was one touch, the back of the pants touching the pipe, that separated 1 and 2. Tina, what goes through your mind looking at this right here?
Well, I'm very, very impressed just overall with the level of riding that we saw today. And, not only did we see a lot of runs, but we saw them level up with each run. And I think overall this format is going to make better snowboarders and better athletes as we move forward. So looking forward to see what the talent brings and what the new tricks and all of this new format brings to snowboarding just in general.
You know what term comes to my mind right now? FOMO. For the athletes that weren't here, I got to think they're watching this and going, oh, I want a piece of that. I want some of that. Now, it was a long day, and I think every athlete, T-Bird, said it's long. I'm exhausted, all this stuff. But I think that brought the best out of them. And when it came down to it, a big tip to Frank Wells for getting that pipe today was stellar.
It really was. It really was. And it was really fascinating to hear Shaun White talk about it. He came in the studio and he was talking about, he brought all his superstar friends, Miles Teller on down the list, who really don't go to snowboarding events. They don't know much about this. They're going, is it always like this? Does it always come down to a half a point to separate the championship? So I think you're seeing people that, don't necessarily always follow snowboarding, take a glimpse and go, I need me some more of this, T-Bird.
Yeah, I mean, perfection transcends genres, whether it's basketball, football, hockey, snowboarding. It comes down to the smallest, most minute margin of error, and we saw that today, and it was really bolstered by this new format. It was so fun to call. It was new for us as well, and it was a bit of a challenge at times, and you could see that in the riders as well. And, Todd, to your point, they were gassed by the end of this, but it did bring out the best. It brought out that competitive flair.
Let's not forget, though, 100 points, that goes towards a world championship. And, Jack, I think this is a case where you could say this is a true world championship. This isn't just something that happened in North America or in Europe. This is going global. So if you get to the end of those 4 stops and you have the most points, you're a true world champion.
Let's get some thoughts from our sideline team. They were holding it down so well. What are the final thoughts down there from below the pipe?
Well, Chris, I have a feeling that the athletes are just exhausted after these 2 days. A lot of snowboarding.
It was unbelievable. I'll tell you, this head-to-head format did not disappoint. I wish you guys could have felt the excitement of the crowd down in the studio. We were screaming, we were hollering. I mean, the triple corks that were going down. It was just a good day for snowboarding. And so much respect for Shaun for providing a platform for these younger athletes to come up and paving the way forward before them. So I'd say all in all, huge success.
And what does linger is the level of snowboarding skill has just been elevated so greatly.
Oh yeah, these guys are dogs. Back to you in the studio.
I mean, Diesel's just the best. Hey, I got to ask you guys, Ayumu, what is he thinking now leaving here? I mean, he's the defending champ. He's the one who left with the gold medal. Now, he admitted he's a little fatigued. What will be going through his mind, T-Bird, heading out of Aspen?
I think with this new format, I think Ayumu's going to kind of go back to the drawing board, and he's going to sit there and compartmentalize every single trick he has. And he says, how can I adjust what I know how to do to this new format to continue his reign of dominance?
All right, well, let's get Connor's thoughts. Connor's been doing an excellent job throughout the course of this weekend, breaking down the judges and how they've seen some of these runs. Connor, your final thoughts here.
Thank you, Jack. It was amazing. I have never heard a judges booth get as loud for runs that have gone down from the quarterfinals on today. Every single run that landed, they're like, oh, and losing their mind. I am just blown away by the consistency and the endurance that these riders have, and cannot wait to see what goes on when we move on to China and the next 3 stops. And I'd also like to take a moment to wish a happy birthday to my niece, Riley.
Oh, there you go. Shout out. Well done, C-Man.
How about this? So we go Aspen, China, back to Aspen, on to Switzerland. The amazing thing about this is number 1. Yeah. This is number 1. It only from here goes boom, 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 boom. And some of the tricks and the things that we saw in the half pipe, it was mind-boggling for an opening event.
We set the bar kind of high out of it.
I would agree.
So, from the weather, from everything else, the pipe, it was fantastic. Congratulations, everyone. Jack, you're a snowboarder, brother.
Yeah.
I can't thank you guys enough for welcoming me in, teaching me so much about this sport, and we are on to the next one. Off to China, we'll be back to Aspen. We're already looking forward to that. But the inaugural event, the champions are set, and we press forth into this opening season, and man, the fun that we will have. Our thanks to Shaun White for finding this whole deal and having us all out. We'll see you for the next one on the Snow League.